Hey friends, how's it going? We are here today with some Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice. I wasn't necessarily planning on streaming today, but I got all the YouTube stuff done that I wanted to get done earlier, which is very exciting for me. Sorry, I have to move my microphone away because I keep wiggling everything around. Yeah, no, I got all the YouTube stuff done that I wanted to get done earlier. And I also realized that we hit 500 followers. Woo! I don't want to do like a big celebration or anything like we've done previously for certain follower milestones. We'll do one eventually for some other number. But I have been wanting to play. I've been wanting to play Hellblade recently. It was on sale on Steam, so I picked it up. I haven't played this since it came out in like, what was it, 2017? It's been a minute. It's been out for a little bit. But big exciting news, the sequel that they've been talking about for ages, that Ninja Theory has been mentioning for a long while now, actually has a release date. And I think it's the end of May. I want to say May 21st. I could be wrong about that, but it's like the end of May. So what better time to sit down and replay Hellblade? Yeah, I remember playing this at a time where I was feeling very jaded about video games and things like that, and I played this one and was like, holy shit, this is great. We'll see if it holds up. I'm sure it will. It was very impactful at the time. I don't know. I'm rambling a little bit right now. But yeah, I'm excited to play the video game, and I hope that you're excited to see the video game. If you're not, why are you here? That's not. I'm happy you're here if you're here. um, but yeah, I guess I think I've set up all the. I think I've got all the settings to be correct and accurate and fine. I have like I've been fucking around with my sound settings as of late. So stream might be a bit louder than normal, adjust as needed, obviously. But if you notice that like anything sounds particularly weird, or there's something that like needs fixing, please let me know. Yeah, I don't know, just like keep me posted on that, if you would. But yeah, I guess we'll go ahead and start a new game. Yeah, I'm stoked. I'm excited. Um, like I said, I really enjoyed this game when I played it the first time.
Hello. Who are you? Doesn't matter. Welcome. You're safe with me. I'll be right here, nice and close so I can speak without alerting the others. Let me tell you about Senua. Now, her story has already come to an end, but now it begins anew.
What's happening? It's breathing. The head. It's breathing. It's breathing. What? He knows she's getting closer. He can feel her coming closer. She's getting closer. They're watching. They're watching. They're watching. They're watching.
This is a journey deep into darkness.
They're watching.
There'll be no more stories after this one.
What is she doing? Why is she doing this? They're watching. Why doesn't she turn back? She's doing this for him. She wants to rescue him. He's already dead.
Feel you coming.
Quiet.
Oh, how rude of me. I never told you of the others. You hear them too, right? They've been around ever since the tragedy. Well, that's not quite true. Some are old, some are new, but they've changed. I think the darkness changed them, just like it changed her.
Can you see them? Over there. Why isn't she looking? Why aren't you looking? He's in hell high.
Look, up ahead.
In hell high.
You see it too?
You promised you came.
Yes. It is real after all. She's finally arrived in the land of mist and fog. The place the Northmen call hell.
Turn back. Go back. Go back. It's not safe. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back. It's not safe.
It's there. They're here.
Can you see them? I can see it.
Still really pretty. Sorry.
Look around and you will see them. The drowned, the sick, the slain. Here they lie, rotting in the fields and rivers of hell. But the dead don't always lie still here. This is not a place of rest.
You can't do this. Go back. Go back. They're going to do that to you. Can you see them? Can you see them? They're going to do that to you. They're watching. Stop. Can you feel them watching? They're watching her. They're watching her. You're so close to the darkness. Go back. Can you feel it?
What is she thinking? I can tell you. She's afraid. Wouldn't you be? You'd think she would get used to it by now after so many years. But the darkness, it just builds onto itself, growing stronger, towering over her. You might try and ignore it, turn away. But it's always there, just out of sight, where you're most vulnerable. It's like it knows that just enough light is all you need to see its suffocating power.
They can feel you.
You might think she's brave to go on this journey on her own, but it isn't bravery that drives her. Bravery only means something to those afraid of death. Then it was fear, runs far, far deeper.
She can't hear you.
Might adjust some settings real fast. This game looks and sounds very loud from what I can see in OBS. So I would like to address that before it gets too ridiculous come combat time.
What is she looking at? What is she leaving behind? I know what she's thinking. I hear her thoughts. It's not too late to get into the boat and go back. No one will judge her. No one will ever know. Oh, she heard us.
There's no going back.
Senua pushes away a world that conspired to cause so much suffering. There's nothing to go back to, and worse to look forward to. Why don't you join us? Maybe you too have a part to play in this story.
All right. One moment. I have everything set to very high, but I think I'm gonna turn ray tracing off. Honestly, I don't give a shit. Confirm. And then we will. I'm gonna turn sound effects down ahead of time. Let's bring that down a little bit. And if it's too much in one direction or the other, we'll adjust it accordingly. That looks a bit better.
Use your eyes.
Use your eyes.
Come closer.
Do not forget my stories, Senua. Because your darkness comes from hell, and your fate lies there. They say the burning of a corpse will take you straight to Hela's gate, but gods and the living will follow this path. You must leave the Isles of Orkney across the eastern sea and find a road that leads north and down through deep, dark valleys. After 9 nights of riding, you will follow a great river and will find a bridge covered in gold. The path to Helheim goes from there, across the River of Knives that flows from the dark world of Niflheim.
Great. Oh! Well, let's just, start moving as quick as we possibly can. Please, Senua?
Is coming. Yearns for life. Hungers for it.
I wish you would go a little more quickly, but that's fine.
But she's not stopping.
Alright, well,
Not this time.
that's alright. Look at that.
Can you see it?
The land of mist and fog.
He's in there.
The old fool was right.
You see it?
What was it he said? The river of knives across which lies the halls of hell. The place they call Helheim.
He's lost. He's lost.
Where are you?
Oh,
I hear you.
He's there, you know it.
There's no doubt about
He's
it.
lost.
The source of the darkness is in Helheim,
You'll never find him.
They're
and the goddess Hela holds his soul there. Her dear beloved, Dillian.
gotta go save Dillian. Very important.
Why is she doing this?
Right, it's really pretty. Even still.
He's already dead.
I'm very excited. Zoom. I'm just pushing all the buttons to see if there's things that I can do just yet.
The bridge to Helheim.
Just quick walking, is it?
I forget its name. She forgets too. But she does remember that only the dead may cross it. That part wasn't so easy to forget. The old fool said there was a hidden path up to it. Let's see, shall we?
Sorry, last thing I want to check. Is there motion blur? If there is, I would like that to go away. Not here. Not here. I don't know why it would be in controls, but might as well take a peek. I don't think there is. I think I just have to hope. Alright. It's not the worst. Just not great. I think there are, like, vaguely remember there being collectibles. And I think I would like to try and find them. Like this. Not that we're going for 100% or anything. I'm just happy to be playing
The
this.
Northmen speak of 9 worlds. The world of men they call Midgard. Sky gods dwell in Asgard. The gods of earth, harvest, wind, and sea dwell in Vanaheim. The good elves dwell in Alfheim. The evil ones dwell in Svartalfheim. The mountain giants dwell in Jotunheim. The fire giants dwell in Muspelheim. Niflheim is the world of ice and darkness. Only the dead dwell in Helheim. And that is where you must travel.
To hell we go. Oh boy.
Four.
Like it if the voices would stop trying to be encouraging? Is that the word?
What's down there? Why
No,
did she
they're
do
just
that?
gonna question
Shouldn't have
everything
done it.
that we do.
You can't go back now. No, this is it. The hidden path.
But can I do something with that? 'Cause that kind of looks like a rune. Okay.
It's going to hurt you.
It's dangerous.
Don't kill me. I'm not one of them.
Don't listen.
I was just hiding. I find I live longer that way. Don't listen.
Where is
Never
he?
let the bastards catch me again. Never! Wait, who are you?
It's just a memory.
Drew? Is that you?
Around you now.
For my tales of the Northmen, they call me Druth. A liar.
He's lost.
An old fool.
He's not real.
Druth is my truth.
It's good to see you again. You kept your vow.
Guide you in this life and the next. I will tell you my stories of hell, if I may walk with you.
Tell me your stories again, old friend. I'm listening.
Can we get through some
The
water?
runes seal the gates to hell. Focus your inner eye, and you too will see what's hidden in plain sight.
I can see one.
Hold it in your mind's eye. Find one like it to open the gate.
She's looking closer. She needs to look closer.
Okay. I remember.
Look towards the gate, and the gate will open.
We've done it. Open gate.
The gate is open. Go through the gate.
Go through it.
It's dangerous.
Follow it.
What's behind it? It worked.
It's unsafe.
Oh, jeez. It got very loud very
spent
fast.
6 years enslaved in hell, but I watched the Northmen, learnt their ways.
I know you did.
You listened when everyone else laughed. My people paid a heavy price.
Oof.
Carry my stories with you, and together we will make the Northmen feel our fury.
Okay. Well, first, can we not stare down into the far drop that will kill me?
Another
Preferably.
voice joins us. She once tried to make them go away. Pretend they weren't real. But what good is that? When we are always here. I guess it's the same with heights. You can stand on the edge, pretend it's going to be okay.
Hmm?
But you know that death is near.
Yep.
Waiting for you to make
Yep.
that.
It's not helping
Little
talking about it.
You can't just wish things away.
Oh. You know what? At least it's a balanced system that makes sense. I'm also generally sorry if I'm like quiet. I'm trying not to talk too much over what everyone has to say. There's so much to be said, though.
The world of the dead is ruled by the giantess, Hela, daughter of Loki. The gods feared her bloodline, bad on her mother's side and yet much worse on her father's. So, as a child, the All-Father cast her down into Helheim and gave her power over those who die of sickness, age, hardship, and self-slaughter. In all of the 9 worlds, only Hela can resurrect the dead. To Hela, your Dillion was sacrificed, and with her you must bargain.
All right. Also, just enjoying looking at everything. Oh boy, it's gotten dark. Can we hop on down things? Muddy.
Stay back. Look at him. You have to open it.
The gate to Helheim divides the living from the dead. Is that the face of Hela herself? The half-rotten goddess that rules over Helheim. Whatever horrors lie behind that door, she must find him. Shh. Someone's here.
I'm sure it's fine.
You took him from me. I beg you. Let him go.
It's Senua.
I'll give you
Hi,
what you
Arcade.
want. I won't resist anymore. Just give him back.
Thanks! I got a haircut. And I'm very happy I did. Oh, her arm's gone bad.
You're killing. You're going to die. Get up. Dying.
Oh. Oh, hey, look, it's a demon. So we're Senua. We're going through some things right now. Okay, that's how we block. How do I fight? Okay, okay, this is fine. Basically, we're trying to take a trip down to Hell to find our dead boyfriend. Oops, I hit the wrong button. It's fine. Okay. Let's go. hell, though. We like having you here, Arcade. Ooh. But I mean, if it's to help us find boyfriend, let's go. That's just a. Those are just. Nope. Nope. We don't want to run over there. Is this doing anything? How do I fix this? How do I resolve the shadow situation?
Behind you.
Oh! Well! The resolution is more light. I tried to get him into the light, though. I also need her to, like, back up. Please. I hit the wrong button. Okay, that's fine. Or am I supposed to die there? There's not. Didn't really seem like there was anything I could do. Oh, my baby. What if we do the opposite and make everything dark so nothing can cast a shadow? I mean, it's true. You have to have light to have shadows. Just go into the dark. Oh. I don't think she's doing too hot right now.
A vision.
She does. She does have red on her. Hi,
Of
Fruity.
what's to come.
It's fine.
Senua. The darkness does not bargain. It does not reason. It is rot. And now it has taken hold. It will spread towards her head, the seat of the soul, until there is nothing left of her.
Senua, don't scratch that. Don't scratch it. Oh, you're gonna make your arm really, really unhappy.
All of her suffering will have been for nothing. It's just a matter of time.
Well, now you're gonna blunt your sword. As it mentioned it earlier, I played this game when it came out in, like, 2017. Hey, the dark rot will grow each time you fail. The rot reaches Senua's head, her quest is over. Don't let Senua die. Understood. Oh. Let's not do that, I think. Yeah, I played this in, like, I played this around the time that it came out.
The hardest battles are fought in the mind. That is what Dillian taught her. With every defeat, the dark rot will grow and soon it will take her soul. But for now, at least, she still has control of her mind. And she will fulfill her vow, whatever the cost.
When it came out, I was really impressed with how it portrayed and represented mental illness and how you deal with that.
Listen to me, Senua. The
But here's
goddess
hoping that it
Hela
holds
lies
up.
behind the gate to Helheim. To open the gate, you must first face the gods that guard it. The god of fire, Surt, and the god of illusion, Valravn. Spill their blood to open the gate to Helheim. and
Sorry, I remember
enter
the Valravn
land
fight.
of the dead.
Oh god. Okay. No, it's true. Be the girl boss that we know you can be, Senua. Yeah, no, it's like
to fight two gods first.
really, really good. I mean, Senua is dealing with some psychosis throughout the whole time.
Be very careful, Senua. Choose a gate, Senua.
Okay, listen. and or possibly schizophrenia. I don't know, and it's not shy about it being really difficult and horrible,
The fire giant has answered.
but also isn't like,
comes from a
oh,
land
this is a bad
older
person
than
because they
mankind.
struggle. And we
The
appreciate
Northmen
that.
call upon his flaming sword to raise their enemies to the ground.
Oh, Druth.
Find him, Senua, and spill his blood.
Alright, let's go kill some gods.
She found the wretched old fool on her way back from the wilds. And
I'm very
Outcast
excited.
was badly burnt all over. She took pity on him, for he was not long for this world. Like her, who spoke of his own darkness.
Hi, Hi. What do you want? What do you want, Farley? Hi. Sorry, there is a cat here, and I have to pet him and tell him he's being a good boy. Can you go lay down?
The Northmen
No.
tell this story.
No, get down.
Before the earth was created, there was a world called Muspel. Because it was in the south, it was bright and hot, flaming, burning. Sparks that flew out from Muspel became the stars. Other sparks melted ice in the frozen world of Niflheim, creating the body of the first giant, Ymir.
You also get cool lessons on
Is one of the 9 worlds.
Norse mythology, so
It is now
that's
the
fun
land
too.
of fire giants and people from elsewhere.
Oh, he's getting very quiet. I'm sorry, Drew. Okay. Didn't realize that if I walked away, I wouldn't be able to continue to hear him. What's that? Just a dot. All right. Yeah, I don't know. All I have to say right now is I'm just very excited to be playing. What's this? What's this face? Can I do something with it? Or is it just there? Okay.
Senua, we each walk these lands gazing towards different horizons, some of us further than others. Your father cannot see what you see, but there is nothing wrong with seeing the world the way you do.
Thanks. Does it go away or does it just stay there? I mean, it's a cool effect. I like it. Yeah, like I said, I do want to like try and find some of the collectibles. I don't know that we'll try real hard to get 100%, but I'd like to just wander around, find the things. The plan is also to just like play as long as I can today. And if we don't finish it today, I think it's not a particularly long game, but it's not super short either. So we'll see how far we get, and then we'll finish this up sometime in the near future. Because we still have to finish Cult of the Lamb. Okay. Gotta love a good corpse pile. Where do you want me to focus? You're telling me to focus. I'm sorry that Twitch is being a butthole. Hate it when it does that. Where it just like endlessly tries to connect. Whoa! Wrong button.
He's down! Finish it! You finished it!
Alright. Guys, out of here. I hit the button too soon.
Don't let them get behind you. Keep them in space.
Doing what I can? Is there a guy behind me? Is that why you're telling me this? Or are we still just doing one at a time? I like to not be as, like, up against this gate as we are. But it seems like that's where Senua wants to be at the moment. Very slashy.
The sweet, sickly stench of burning human flesh.
Oh, buddy.
And I still hear their cries carried in the wind. You hear them too, Senua?
It's up there, isn't it?
Yes, I heard their screams, and I still hear them now.
Okay. We're gonna find the runes. There we go. There's one. And how do we find this other one? How do we make this other one be a thing? It says it's over here somewhere. Oh. Ah! There we go. Did it.
The
Where
path to
is-
Helheim is sealed to the living. But you already walk amongst the dead. Look towards the gate, and you will see that it has opened.
Yeah, it has. Because I found the funny little runes everywhere. Look at us go!
When they first came to my lands, I knew enough of their tongue to beg for mercy. They took me as a slave.
Damn, these are the kinds of clubs you're going to, Arcade?
The others. They rode their storm of fire, death, slavery to many lands. This darkness you speak of, I know it well.
And
Bruce,
I'm
you
still
are-
here to fight it.
In my ear, bud. Alright. Get a little silly with it. Perfect. Look at that! It's just really nice to look at. Even with all the corpses everywhere. I'm really excited about the next one. I need to double check to see if it's... Fuck! There we go. I need to see if it's available for pre-order. Might not be. It is digital only, but so is this one.
They've surrounded you. They're not strong enough.
Don't talk down to me. We got this.
Finish this. End it now.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh jeez. Oh shit. Okay.
Take him down. Take him down now. She's scared. She's scared. Defend yourself.
I am trying to the best of my ability, guys. Listen. So spinny. You gonna do some crimes over there, Arcade?
When you see a fire gate of Surt, know that only a sacrifice will stoke the fires of Muspel and let the dead walk through.
Okay.
Find the fire, Senua, to follow the path to Surt.
Oh god, that's so much blood. Is this? I mean, this is just water, isn't it, on the ground? Can I can't attack anything when I'm not in combat. Understood. Fire? Fire. Earth. Air. How would you like me to go about? You want me to? Hold on. How does it? There we go. Had to get just in the right spot. Does have a powerful mustache. Oh god. Oh! We gotta not be here, I think.
Hell
It's
will
bad
give you
here.
the answers you want, but you mustn't look away from the horrors it does offer. Because you cannot
Tiny bit
overcome
toasty.
suffering if you refuse to look at it.
It's a little warm, but it's fine now. See? It's cooled down.
Where's the fire gone? Where's it gone?
The fire's disappeared.
It was everywhere.
Maybe
It was a trick.
the buyer.
Cert. Cert is through there.
He's waiting for her.
Is that where
How
we
will she
want me
get
to
through?
go?
She'll need to find another way.
Truth, scent. Find your own path.
There's always another way.
We can
Away.
Find your
find our own
way.
path.
You just have
The
to
Northmen
find it.
say that the defender of Muspel is called Surt, the foremost of the fire giants. His name means the Black One, because he is like something burnt. The Northmen believe that he sits at the border of Muspel with his flaming sword, and at the end of the world he will leave his post. He will travel to Asgard and Midgard, waging war against all the gods. He will be victorious, and then burn the whole world with fire.
Okay. Well, that's nice, I guess. At least it'll be warm. Can't burn it with anything else. It has to be fire. I'm sorry.
She needs to find it.
Another fire.
Another fire sacrifice.
I mean, if you had your choice, what would you want to burn it with?
She'll never find it. She'll never.
Steam?
She needs to remember the way back.
What happens when she finds it?
Everything will burn.
Concentrate on where you're going. She needs to remember the path.
Everything will burn. Then how will she find the way back?
She won't.
Burn it with goo?
She won't be able to tell.
Hot to goo? Also, another runestone.
The Northmen believe that the world will be destroyed someday. They call it Ragnarok, the destiny of the gods. Asgard will be attacked by Surt and the fire giants. A monstrous wolf will swallow the sun, and the gods will fight in vain against their enemies. There is nothing they can do to prevent it, but Odin ever seeks knowledge and magic, hoping to find a way to postpone that dark day.
Is this rock a Ragnarok? Possibly. Potentially. Just a big old boulder full of snakes and wolves and fire gods? It's a bad boulder. I don't know that I approve of this boulder.
The Northmen
Let's-
made fire sacrifices, burning slaves like me to reveal the path to Surt. I searched for meaning in their suffering, in their
Forget.
eyes,
Nothing.
but they just screamed like helpless pigs.
Unfortunate. For them, that is. Okay, before we do that, I just want to look for more stones. I think there are 2 more in the area. I think, like, each So, like, on the stones, right, it had, like, all the runes around it. And every time we touched one, or looked at one, we would fill one in, and it looked like there were, like, sections. I think I saw 2 more for this section. Ah, jeez. Bad here. Can we just follow the corpses? They'll tell us how to get out, right? Oh, our poor girl. Would like for things to not drop on our head, preferably. If at all avoidable. Hi, Drew.
Gods answer your prayers, Senua. I asked the gods for mercy, all of them, even theirs. None answered. In the end, I set myself free. Defy the gods, Senua. Find your own path, like I find mine.
My gods abandoned me. I am alone.
Well, to be fair, really only trust yourself, Senua. She should get a helmet fashionable as her ponytail, maybe. just in case burning debris falls on her head some more. I mean, it's pretty sound advice. She just has to make sure that she's safe.
The Northmen
I think there's one
say
more.
that At Ragnarok,
See, because there's
the
little
sons of Muspel will travel to
dots
battle in the
separating
ship
some of the
called
runes.
Naglfar, the corpse ship. And when the sons of Muspel leave the ship and ride to battle, it will be as though the sky had split open. And
She's got such
Circe
pretty
will
jewels
lead
in
them.
her ponytail, though.
Wherever he goes, flame will erupt before him, and fires will burn behind him.
Like, sorry, I like this little side run that she does. Very different game, but it is kind of making me want to play the new God of Wars again. It's a good game. Except we're not you know, not necessarily associated with the Vikings in this
The
one.
Northmen of Hell worship the Devourers, insatiable gods
I don't
of
know
darkness.
much
I come
about
from Erin, Senua, where I once followed my own gods, the
about
Tuatha
the
De Danann.
pigs
Why
particularly,
did you
but
abandon your gods?
Senua,
probably
I
do
was
some
a man
research.
of knowledge,
Give me something to
a
look up.
warrior. To survive, I did things. Bad things. Like you, Senua. The man I once was has died. And when that happens, even gods you worship can die with you.
Where do we see an R? Oh! Found the rune. Okay, and then we need... We just need this one. Can I jump down? No. Senua says no. I probably shouldn't call it an R because it's not. But it's I need to remember what the symbol is, and that is the best way for me to do it at the moment. That's it. Kind of see. There we go. There we go. We'll call it our friend. This is fine. It can be our friend. It's fine. Alright, what do we do? Oh god. Is there... There's no other runestone up here. Okay. Well, time to set some fire to some things. Let's go. Oh, oh, we were on fire for a second.
You have to run now, please run now, run now, run now.
We're running, we're running. Don't worry, we're running. Ugh. Maybe we should not be in this building. Oh god. So you know what? I know we're trying to balance across the beam. But if we could do it a little faster, that would be great. Nope, don't fall. Don't fall. Yeah, when there's fire, the obvious move is to go upwards, away from it, right? Oh fuck.
Do it. You're close. There are too many of you. Find a position.
Okay. Ouch. Okay, the other guy is still over there. Oh god.
He's gone.
Oh, that man is on fire. Sir?
Finish this.
Oh my goodness. Where am I going? Oh, Senua. Okay, there we go. I was gonna say, I'm sorry if I don't get you out of here in time. So that you don't, you know, burn up.
Good. Let it collapse, and have the courage to shed your tears. Raise your world to the pride!
My world is dead.
Only then, as with a newborn, will you see the world anew.
Alright.
I see nothing now.
Okay. But I can only roll when I'm in combat. We can't stop, drop, and roll unless we're doing a fight. It's horrible. Okay. Let's see. Oh boy. It sure is bad around here, huh? Okay, new gate. New runes. A bit crispy, a little crunchy.
How did you escape your darkness?
Senua, once I found my purpose, I was no longer enslaved to the suffering I had to endure to reach it. Unclouded by fear, I could see it clearly in others. Even my
I see that.
captors feared the fire of Cirth. And so, during one raid, I took my chance and ran.
There we go.
Knowing that they would not follow. The fool ran into the fire.
He was without Chris throw the first fireball.
Dead.
Get out of here.
Free.
Goodness.
I'm glad I found you in the wilds. I wouldn't have made it without you.
Oh, sorry. They're having a very sweet moment, and I'm just over here being like, haha, crispy. Is it not? No. Where is it? Oh. No, if I get too close, then it's not. How do we line this up? The flag was absolutely gaslighting me, unless I'm just being a silly little guy at the moment, which is, like, entirely possible. I can kind of see it in that, though. And it's telling me that it's kind of here. Oh, geez. Okay. Perspectives are weird. I like this. It's like an I Spy book. What about the stick on the deck? This stick?
It's just
Oh, it's literally right here.
you'll never find it.
I saw the stick, but I thought I was supposed to do something with it there, but no, it's this right here. Not towards the flag. Yeah, we between the two of us, we kind of with our ideas combined. You were half right. You had the stick involved. That's good enough for me. We're doing great. I want to know if there's another runestone around here, though. 'Cause I have not seen. I'm getting into this idea of maybe finding all the collectibles. It could be fun and nice. Don't know. I mean, it's there. That's where the rune is. But what about the rune stone? Oh, we can open that up now. How lovely. Also, I might need to take a quick break in a minute. Go use the restroom. I didn't realize I've been streaming for an hour already. Oh god.
It's just that.
Okay, let's go ahead and... Excuse me. Look at that. I'm gonna take one more peek around. Poor Senua doesn't have a toilet. Pour one out. Oh, found it.
The Northmen say that
And
what
that's
we
all the ones
see
in
as
this
a rainbow
section.
is the bridge that goes from the world of men to the world of the gods. For now, they say the frost giants and the mountain giants cannot cross it.
Yeah, imagine
They
not
say that
having
when Ragnarok
access to a
comes,
toilet.
not
I
a
would
thing
cry.
in this world will be safe. The Rainbow Bridge will break under the onslaught of the fire giants riding on flaming steeds. Senua, I have seen the fire of Surt spread far and wide, and to our lands. Ragnarok is coming.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Yeah, before we do this fun little run, for the sacrifice to Surt, I think we'll pause and take a potty break. I gotta go. I'll at least get onto the other side of this door. I don't think I need to, like, zoom in on that. I'm gonna keep doing it, just out of habit.
If I can survive the fire of Surt and escape my darkness, then so can you.
I like this whole Druth being like like our example of how to overcome everything. Yeah, we're gonna take a very short break while I go to the bathroom. So we will be right back. I don't like it. I don't like it. That's my nose. They can't have it. Okay. Not Frosty the Snowman. But. Ah, Fruity! Don't jinx me, bud! No! 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 Thanks for the 3 months, buddy. Come on and slam! And welcome to the clam! Oh! Knocking things over. Can I put you there and have it be fine? How about there? That's a bad place. I don't want to be in this place. Get me out of this place. I want to be here. Don't want to be here. Don't misinterpret me. I don't want to be here. Get me out of here. Let's go. We're out. Oh my god. As per usual, I had my headphones on while I, walked away. Was that clip was that Orphan of Cause clip as loud for y'all as it was for me? Oh god. Hello, I wreaked anarchy while you were away. I mean, I figured as much, Arcade. That's just what you do, and I would have been really disappointed had that not been the case. It was an emotional event. It was. Loudness happens. Okay. I just want to make sure, because I have been messing around with my sound settings as a whole, for like streams and recordings and stuff like that, and I think I've like got them actually good now, but I wasn't sure about the clips one, and that one was a lot. So I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't like too horrible is all. While I was up, I did grab a soda. So rip it and rip it. We have to replenish the liquids. Liquids must be replenished. But yeah, we're back. We're gonna do more. Grippo Rippo, a Grippo Rippo. You gotta grab your soda, gotta grip it. Gonna get that soda, you gotta rip it. Sorry, I don't know what's... There were some singing clips in there, and I was inspired. Druth, I appreciate you being my personal cheerleader. Holy shit, we are on fire! Oh no, Senua. Oh, Senua. We should be rolling around.
She's dying.
Oh. She's having a bad day is our girl. Oh no. Our poor baby. When I'm on fire but never learn to stop, drop, and roll.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's true.
This darkness takes everything. Everyone.
Senua, are you sure you want to do this? We can fight this together, side by side. We always do.
This is my battle. I have to face it alone, away from here.
Where will you go?
I don't know.
For how long?
I don't know.
I believe in you. You know that. Just promise me that you will come back to me. I want you to say it. I want you to say it.
I will come back to you. I promise.
Come on.
And we're fine. Oh god.
Take his mark, and I will cheer you from the underworld and forever be in your debt.
He looks so cool.
Everything. Everyone. But not me. Fight me now.
Excuse me. But also consider Senua kind of a badass. She's had a bad day and just like a really rough go at things, but she's fucking doing it. She's getting it done. Oh. How do I do this? What have I done?
Correct, capable warrior. Remember your training. Get out of the way!
Ah! Fruity!
This is the run.
Oh! It's happened again! Do not apologize. That was perfect. Oh god. Okay. Oh, that was very good. Okay. Jesus. Man hits hard.
He's getting stronger. We must stop you.
Okay, we'll just do a couple of slashes. Fuck. I need to push left or right when dodging to get out of the way for those, because otherwise she just kind of like runs into him. Which we know now. He's not allowed to get stronger. He's going to die. We're just gonna keep pausing time. End him. Oh, fuck. How am I? There we go. Okay, I understand. I have to do my little, like, slowdown move when he's on fire. Shit. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up.
It's too hot. Don't go too close. Focus first.
There we go.
She can breathe.
They keep saying he can read her. He knows what she's doing. But he's not doing a great job of stopping me from slashing him, right? Yeah, life hack. If you can't beat him, just pause time. Ouch.
There must be a way to see past it. It's an illusion.
There we go. We've done it. It happened. Beautiful. And we only died the once. Wow, it felt like a very
Greater battle.
similar situation. Feeling a little silly today. Just a tiny
Till
bit.
we fall.
Truth.
And in the end, we all fall. Even the gods have their time. Yet we still go on.
Yeah, it was definitely because he was reading me like a book and not the other thing.
I will go to hell.
Yeah, it's just some goofball hours.
Free. Knowing you will carry my stories with you.
Aww.
I have fulfilled my quest.
Yes, you have.
When the darkness comes, I vow to guide you in this life and the next to fulfill yours.
Then I will see you in hell.
I mean, we gotta keep it light
To face
because of,
horror
you know, some of the
in
things
the
that are
eye.
happening in game.
as I have. To find your answers.
True.
Quest.
Sorry, hold on. Alright. Cert is dead. We killed him! Excuse me.
Druth was a troubled man. A scholar turned slave. They tortured him. Took him with them on their raids. Drove him to madness. Spreading this new form of darkness to new worlds.
Fire isn't real now. It's true.
To my world.
What element are we destroying next? Powerful question. I think Bull Robin is like the god of illusions or something like that. Or like his shtick is illusions. I don't know if he's a god or not. I mean, I assume he is. Cert is. God-like, some sort of deity. So I don't know that we're destroying an element. How do we leave? How do we get out of here? This way? Oh fuck, he's gonna show us like elephants with 6 legs or whatever. Oh no. My one weakness. Where am I going? I assume I have to run all the way back, right? But like, how do I get back? Or did I miss a shortcut? I don't remember. Or like, you look at a checkboard, and then look away, and there might be retinal burns or something. Burns of something in your peripherals. Oh no! Anyone? What is that? Reminds me of back in the days of like Guitar Hero. Way back when. Did y'all ever play Guitar Hero for too long? And then like the distortions on the screen, like the very slight wibbly distortions that were on the screen, when you looked away from them, like everything looked like that. It'd be all wibbly, and you'd be like, why is everything jelly? Just me? Okay, is there... Sometimes you just gotta go wibble mode. Okay, yeah, there's no shortcuts here. Can I sit on this funny throne? Actually, maybe I don't want to. There's a lot of meat there. That's what the retinal burns reminds me of is when I'd play Guitar Hero for too long, and then I'd look away and the world would be all wiggly because of the very slight distortion on the screen from the game. That's how I knew I had probably been on the PS2 for a bit too long. I had a Guitar Hero guitar up until just like a few years ago, and I'm very sad that I no longer have it. Pretty sure it got stolen. No one is surprised. / everyone knows who did it. Well, anyone who's been around for a while. Anyway. Wasn't a big Guitar Hero guy, but I bet Sam brother knows what you're talking about. It's like there was, I don't even think it was, I think it was just like in the backgrounds or something. There was this like, and it was so slight. There was this like wiggly sort of like distortion effect. And I mean, like with anything, if you stare at any sort of distortion for long enough, your eyes do very strange things because they adjust to it. You should ask Sam brother about it. For science reasons. It's very silly. We need to go this way. What's this? I don't know what that is. It's trying to beat every song in the franchise semi-recently. You'll ask how that went? I'd be curious to know how well that went. Oh my god. Yeah, no, that's not happening. I do miss... I really liked Guitar Hero, but...
Have you ever died
I miss playing it.
It's a serious question. When the illusion of self is shattered, you simply cease to be. Though it may not seem that way to others, you know when it is true. You can feel it. A stranger in your own body.
Guitar Hero is better than being Guitar Zero. Facts,
And
though.
nothing is the same ever again.
It was a fun series, and the plastic guitars were very silly, right?
Senua has died,
Just very goofy.
and she will do so again.
I mean, like,
You can be sure.
none of us are free from being sucked into like a really funny gimmick, right? And silly plastic guitars, definitely funny gimmick. Fuck off. Ouch. Jesus. Okay, hold on. There we go. We're just gonna ruin this man's day.
There's too many of them.
Find a good position.
But you let them behind you.
Ooh boy. Really like this slow down move.
It's nearly over. He's finished.
Dunzo! Ow. This is too many guys. Can I just go over here? Thank you. I'd like to put as much space between me and them as possible, but also be able to have eyes on all the guys. Okay. Ouch.
You won. Don't let them surround you.
Don't let them get behind you.
I can't see anything. There we go.
Watch out.
Ow. Okay, okay. Ouch. Oh, it slows, or it charges so slowly. Fuck. Shit. Get this guy out of here. I am in a man. I am inside that man.
End it now.
Nearly the end.
She can't.
Yeah, what is happening
She's
here?
only done one test.
I remember they had sticker packs for your plastic guitars. It's true, I had a few.
Is there
Put down the shield, pussy! Facing like a real monster. Jesus. Yeah, Arcade hates shields, my god.
The Northmen say that in the beginning there was nothing.
Didn't have to tell Automod we were allowed to say pussy though. I think we may have allowed
Fiery hot
pussy to be said
They
before,
say the cold formed ice,
but you know,
which melted from the sparks.
it wouldn't have
outside.
surprised me either.
The power
if
of the
Automod
darkness
was
gave
like-
life to the dripping ice, and the first giant was born and was named Ymir. The ice
Yeah,
continued to
Automod
drip,
is also like
and the
bug
power of the
shields.
void gave life to it, and it became a cow whose milk fed the giant. That's right, a cow. But you weren't expecting that.
It's true. We have allowed a lot of things, and it still doesn't stop them. Automod is a lot sometimes. I'd still rather keep it on than not. Just on the, like, the 1 in a million chance that some weirdo comes in and starts shit. But it's still just very funny when it's like, this person has been in chat many, many times and has never violated a rule. And Automod is like, we can't say bitch here.
Valravan, ancestors and master of ravens.
It is true. It's normally
He
well,
hunts his prey
well
with his
comedically
powers of
timed.
vision and feasts on their remains.
Oh, jeez. I do like Valravan's design and just the area in general.
Battle to earn his
I just
mark.
remember the fight
The
being
gate to
woof.
Helheim cannot be opened without it.
I think I beat this game in like 2 sittings, and I think one of the times I had to stop was because of Valravn, and I was like, I just need a little breaky break. So we'll see how that goes this time. I don't even think it was like particularly difficult. I just think I was struggling at that point.
Ymir was a frost giant,
5 in total.
the
Okay.
bane of darkness, and all his sons and grandsons were dark after him. Of his daughters and granddaughters, some were monstrous, but others fair. But there was another who came from the ice, Buri. In shape, he was like a man, big and powerful. His son, Bor, took a fair giant to be his wife, and they had 3 sons. Odin was the eldest, and the Northmen hold him to be the foremost of the gods, the All-Father.
Right. Trying to keep an eye out for any more visages of our mother. I assume that's our mother. And an eye out for runes. I don't know. I assume there's like 1 visage of mother in every area, but I don't fucking know. Go get Queen, Fruity! Telling Arcade not to do crimes is like telling a dog not to bark. It's like telling Reggie not to love Mary. It's just not gonna happen. But we're here for it. We're here for the mischief.
What's that? It's a wall. It's a door. No, it's a bridge. No, it's not. Push it down. Do you think will happen? Come on, idiot.
Well, if we push the bridge down, then we have a bridge.
She did it.
Arcade without crimes is like an angel without wings. So true, bestie. So true. Were there... I didn't see... any things. Runestones. But also I'm concerned that I just didn't look well enough, so I'm gonna hop back down here and double check. That's where we came in from. I did check here. Okay, yeah, I'm just being a silly goose. Is the main thing. Even though we're goofing around shooting this shit, I do really like this game. And I am still very much enjoying it. This is fun. I appreciate y'all being here while I play this game. What is this? I've done something little. I was a silly goose, born to a serious pond. I love silly gooses here.
Illusion hides the path to Valravn. Don't trust your eyes.
Okay.
Find another way to see the truth.
Okay, now we go through the archway. I remember. There we go.
Something's different.
I can see it.
It's funny. We all want to see behind the veil, don't we?
Aww.
Once we do,
I like spending time with you too,
we mostly
Arcade.
just close our eyes again and pretend what we saw was never really there.
I've been like, I don't know, just super sentimental as of late. It's been delightful. Like, I say that, it's not, I don't know, it's not a bad thing. I think it's a good thing to be a bit sappy here and there. I don't know, like, especially over, like, the last, like, month or so, I've just been, like, really pleased with everything.
She tried.
It's true, the world does need some sap. Look at these cool, I don't know what you want to call them, effigies. I mean, hot take. Not a big, well, I guess it's not really a hot take, but I'm personally not a big fan of maple syrup. It's fine, but I could also do without it. But we gotta get the sap, I guess, for our friends who do like it. This is my gift to you.
Because once you gaze into the relentless darkness, all that lurks within it.
I think the main thing is, like, I don't like pancakes. I like waffles. And the only place that, like, made pancakes that I liked is no longer in business. And it's tragic. You want to put it on snow like the Canadians do? Is that a thing? Oh. Un momento. I have to kill a man.
Finish this. End it now.
We've ended it. Look at us go! Ouch. Okay, okay. Hold on. Ooh. I like that spin that she does.
Find a good position. Don't let them surround you.
Ouch. Oh god, oh god.
He's down. Finish it. Finish it. Strike.
Oh!
Finished. Stop. She will die. Stop.
I need all of these guys to go away. Forgot that I have a heavy attack. Look at her go!
You're close.
Okay. Sorry. That's so tragic. Right, so that place closing down. It was genuinely heartbreaking. It was like my favorite brunch place to go to. The pandemic hit, and it was an older couple who owned the place, and they were like, you know what? We've done it. We gave it a good run. We're gonna close down shop. And I was just like, but I need your food. Canadians put maple syrup on snow and, like, roll it up with popsicle sticks and eat it? Weird. I can see, I mean, it's like cheap ice cream. I can see that. You should try it. You should do that. You should do that. Do it, and then tell me how it is. But yeah, it was understandable why they closed down, but I was still very sad about it because they had, like, the best food.
Valravan's power of illusion comes from ravens. Align the ravens to break his magic seal.
Okay.
Show me what you have seen, Truth.
That's because
Look how much it's changed.
that's because waffles are fantastic. You know, for people who like pancakes, that's cool. You enjoy that, but also consider waffles. Oh god, that was a thing, wasn't it? Lol, XD Waffles! Thank you for bringing me back to 2005. Is that...
To break the seal, align
No.
the ravens with the mark of Valravan.
Okay, so I do have to be up there. How do I get up there? Oh! If Senua had waffles right now, she'd feel a lot better. I bet she would. I mean, waffles make everything better. If Senua had waffles, she could get up there. Maybe she has waffles now. Maybe they just appeared out of her, or appeared into her pocket. Is that good enough? That's good enough. We've done it. We've only gone and done it.
Something's shifted. Something's happened. Something's... Can you feel it?
Oh. I can feel it. We've done it. We can open this now. There we go. Oh, I should probably, like, consider dinner.
Do you feel it too? It's
I
like
had some lasagna for
crossing
lunch,
into another
and I
world.
still have some lasagna left.
Looks the same.
That is
but
probably what I will eat.
feels different. An imposter world where the forest itself is watching.
I would prefer if the trees weren't looking at me. Thanks. Call me a weirdo, but not about it. I feel like lasagna, but it's so hard to eat. It does get pretty... Yeah, it falls apart. Costco has, like, a really, really good... A really good lasagna that, like, even if it does fall apart, all the bits are just so delicious
Align the
that, like,
ravens with the mark
I'm
of
cool with eating
Valravan.
them as individual bits. But also, it's like, it's thick.
Which ravens? Can't you see them?
It's got, I don't know, it's just real good. Why are we zooming in like this? Okay, hold on.
I hear something.
If you hear the song of Valravan, follow it, and it will lead you to him. But be
Okay.
aware of his illusions. You can't always trust your eyes.
There he is. Sorry, I really like his design. Look at this guy.
The song. Valravan song. Listen, focus.
Look at this funny guy. And now he's gone.
Where is it? Find your fault.
Whose man is this? Powerful question. Trying to see what is changing. Oh, there he is again. Just hanging out over there. He's right there. Just wiggling. Come get your man. Okay. Sir. I just wanna look at him. Stop telling me I'm stupid.
Wouldn't be the first time.
I'm not lost.
Winter, before the tragedy, she journeyed into the wilds of her native land, living off of berries, roots, and habits.
Sometimes
It's not uncommon, you see.
the voices are very, very
You call such
rude
a person
and
a
juvenile.
Gandalf.
Yeah.
Some like Druth become Galt in search of penance. Others, like Senua, to purge a curse. Those who make it back are forever changed.
What is up here? Gotta follow the mans. They're being so mean. Okay, if we go here, then we have
She can get up
stairs.
now. What's happening? She can get up now. How can she get up? Must be
Because we have stairs now.
a trick. Valravan tricking her. Valravan. How can she get up? Bait. It's him. Dark magic draws her closer.
Oh, jeez.
It's not.
Let's open up
It's
this.
not him. It's a trick. She's doing it on her own. He's not tricking her. It's magic. It's an illusion.
I do like the bickering that's going on of, it's a trick, no, it's an illusion, no, it's dark magic. Stairs are totally dark magic when you don't know anything. Stairs are treacherous things that should not be trusted. Do not trust the stairs. They are wicked. Excuse me. I'm sorry, I'm a little burp. I've been drinking some soda. Probably grab a snack. I do have some dried apricots and cashews that I can eat.
We picture
That I'm very
fear,
excited about.
and we think of a shadow in the woods. A creature.
Warned you about the stairs, bro. Listen, bro.
If only it were that simple.
Listen, those stairs are gonna get ya.
Warning.
We've
Deep
not really
primal signal from within.
found
A reminder that just because you cannot
any other
see
rune
the
stones, and I am a little concerned about that as a
doesn't
whole.
mean that it's not already here.
I'm gonna go back to the other area and just kind of peek around for a minute and see what we can find, because I do realize that I've just kind of like not zoomed, but definitely started just like went through pretty quick. We didn't really look around. There should be 5 runestones in total. And we found 2 of them? 1 of them. 1 or 2 of them. Oh boy. Ooh, why are we stuck? So I don't know, there's plenty of space to move through there. She said no. We're not allowed. Okay. Well, it's just nice to kind of like take a walk through here as well, though. She got intimidated by the tree. I mean, I've seen bigger. I didn't go across this beam, did I? What's over here? Oh, there's a thing there. How do we get there? Senua, please get off the beam. Thank you. How do we get up there? Do I need to find another, like another illusion portal. Excuse me? Yeah, we gotta find the secret stairs. That wind was certainly a noise. Can't get up there from here, can I? No. Okay, yeah, I have to find a... It wouldn't be this one though, would it? Because it's too high up and it doesn't really look at it. Right? Sorry, itchy. Those stairs are gone. And there's nothing there now. Okay. So I need to find a different one that will reveal whatever. There. Hold on a second. I am gonna go grab those cashews. I have cashews and apricots, and I'm very happy. Okay. What if we jump and charge up first? Consider. I mean, I see nothing wrong with this. Is this? Aha! We've done it. Okay. So now we can come over here. And we can get this. And that's very exciting to me. And we have not missed any so far.
The Northmen say
Wonderful.
Odin and his brothers killed Ymir, and that the world of men was formed from his corpse. They made his bones into stone, and his flesh into earth, and his blood into the salt sea. They set his skull to be the bowl of the sky, with his brains for clouds.
Bad
Odin
clouds.
and his brothers caught the sparks flying from Muspel and made them into stars. And to protect the new world from the giants, they used Ymir's great curving eyebrows as walls.
Big eyebrows. Powerful eyebrows. Okay. So we're on track. We haven't missed any. I do like that the track system for these are subtle enough that it's not like super obvious right away, but it was clear enough as a whole. I don't know. It's true. We won't tell them about Twyla's eyebrows. Her eyebrows are too powerful. Okay, we can get out of here now. I am just gonna be eating. I'm just gonna be eating apricots now this whole time. I am not sorry. This is just it's what's happening now. Not this way. Okay. Can we... Okay, we can go through. Right. Oh, no, it's both. It's both. It's cashews and apricots. It's a mix thereof. But also, I just like the apricots. I like the apricots right now. It was the dark magic all along. It's true. No, the issue is, as I am eating these, is they have been in this little container for like a day. Not very long, you know? But I did forget that apricots tend to be, even dried apricots, tend to have some moisture in them. And now some of the cashews have gotten
Baravan, he's there.
a little soft. And I don't like it.
Has to find another route.
Druth says there's always another route.
Find a way.
Here I was trying to combine two of my favorite things, and it kind of backfired. So I'll just keep a container of apricots and a container of cashews nearby, and I'll eat them at the same time. But, you know,
Defend yourself. Stop
but not keep them in the same container. That's how we resolve this issue. Okay, there we go. Fuck. Okay, I need the shield man to go away. Ouch. Who is behind me? Fuck. Okay, it is just these two. Great. I did it way too soon. Okay.
Come this far, she needs to keep going. It's nearly over. Get out of the way!
Just get that man out of here. And we'll just make him be done. Okay! Ooh, hiccups. We have another runestone. Oh my god.
The Northmen say you must sacrifice in order to
Hiccups.
receive.
So
They tell how the runes were revealed to Odin only in sacrificing. He hung himself from the world tree, and he stabbed himself with a spear, and he dedicated the sacrifice to himself. For 9 nights he hung on the tree without food or drink,
hate hiccups
and at last
so much.
he saw the runes below him. He gave a cry and gathered them in his mind and learnt them. Then he fell from the tree.
They really are. Druth is like, you will have this mythology lesson right now. You will listen to this. You will learn this story. And she's over here being like, I just need to get to hell to save Dillion. God, sorry, I've got the hiccups now. That sucks. Because they kind of hurt. Okay. Oh, jeez.
Do you know what it's like to leave everything behind? Your home, loved ones, to head deep into the wilds, perhaps never to return.
Ouch.
Senua does,
Poor Senua.
because when darkness speaks, it changes everything, turning home into a foreign land and loved ones into strangers.
Ow.
Exile makes
Sana was not
sense
listening.
when
She
you
has
realise
hiccups.
that you were
It's
never in
true.
the first place.
He had hiccups earlier today. Must have got them from me. Can't believe you've done this to
The
me.
Northmen say that Odin is always in search of knowledge and wisdom and magic.
We only have one more to find.
There was a very wise
I
being
get hiccups
named
so
Mimir,
often,
who
and they're
guarded the waters
so
of wisdom which flow from the roots of the
uncomfy.
World Tree. Odin
and
wished
just
to drink
very
from the spring,
unnecessarily aggressive.
but he had to pay a price. So he gouged out his own eye as offering to Mimir. He drank from the well and traded one way of seeing for another.
I don't understand. What do you mean you don't mind hiccups? Oh god. Okay, that's fair. Mine just are very intense and like a full body. Or that I can take them off. Here, Fruity, just have my hiccups so you can just stop having them immediately. Oh my god, hold on a second. Generally, it's because I'm like not breathing enough. It's like when I tend to get them. But I feel like I've been doing pretty alright. Breathing wise. So I don't know, maybe these are just dumb hiccups that have shown up for no reason other than to bother me. And annoy me. Yeah. It's so it's either okay, listen. It's because either maybe I've been like eating or drinking too fast, and so not taking enough breaths in between. My allergies are acting up, so I'm not getting enough air because I'm congested or whatever. Or sometimes when I play video games, I hold my breath and forget to breathe. So
Listen,
I don't know why that's a thing that I do, but I do, and I'll just hold my breath, and then realize that I haven't been breathing for a while.
Of somewhere.
The forest.
Where? Which forest? The forest in the wild.
The wilds.
She left you. She went to the wilds a
Okay,
long time.
where?
Why did she
What
go
is
to
this?
the
What
wilds?
is this changing?
She wanted to fight her own darkness. She thought she could beat her own darkness.
Did she beat her darkness?
No. It nearly killed her, but she tried.
Okay, I see what that's changing actually.
Druth helped her.
If it wasn't for Druth, she'd
She'd
be
be
dead.
dead. She can't beat her own darkness.
Yeah.
She
So
wanted
sometimes
to
I just
marry
get hiccups
Dad.
because I've done the breathing thing bad.
Her own darkness and marry
What of it?
But it
She
didn't
thought-
work.
She thought her curse would affect him.
She thought her curse
How
would
do
spread to him.
I get over there?
She thought she'd bring the darkness to him too. She nearly died.
She thought the curse made her tainted.
Oh my god.
Druth helped her.
Honestly though, that's what I'm saying. Breathing? Overrated. Waste of time. Ugh, horrible. Can't believe I have to do this thing that my body should just do automatically on its own, and sometimes doesn't. So yeah, excuse me while I just take a couple of minutes to remember to breathe. It's not even like, oh, I'm playing like a tense game and I'm holding my breath. It's sometimes I just get like very excited about a specific game, and in my excitement, my body is just like, oh yeah, we've forgotten to do that very important thing that you need in order to not die. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why I do that, why it happens.
The Northmen say that
That's all of
Odin
them.
has 2 ravens. Their names are Thought and Memory, and each day he sends them out to fly all across the world. Upon their return, they perch
I'm gonna
on
move
his
these
shoulders
apricots
and
away
tell
from
him
me.
everything they've seen and heard.
It has to send more
In this
power
way,
to your gamer
he
senses,
learns
so it
of
turns
things
off the
far and
unnecessary
wide,
bits.
and for this reason,
Meat Neck is
he
very
called
strange in the choices it
Raven
makes sometimes.
Like Odin, you must seek wisdom
Hold
through
on.
thought and memory if you are to succeed in your quest.
Meat Mac. Why you do this, Meat Mac? I don't know. I've heard that it's like a. I mean, I know that there's like some disorders, like medical disorders that make that happen. That your autonomic system just doesn't work all the time. But I've also done some like reading and saw that it's like it can be like a thing for some folks with, you know, who are neurodivergent. Granted, that's like a wide scope of people, so not particularly helpful. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, what's going on here? Why is everything so fuzzy everywhere? Ugh. Well, just whispering Valravn at me isn't doing anything for any of us. Really. When you think about it. Okay, that has brought us back here. He's up there, though. And I haven't figured out how to get up there. Unless I've just, like, not looked everywhere. Which is entirely possible. This area, kinda big. Okay, there's a thing there. I think this was, like, one of the points where I was, like... When I first played, I was like, there's too much going on. My brain understands what's happening, but it's too much to think about. And so I stopped for a short time. I did come back to it, like, the next day. This is one of the few games that I set down and then actually came back to and finished. Ugh. Hiccups, please. But look, I was determined. It's a good game. Alright.
The ravens. The ravens.
They've gone. They've gone.
No.
Half of them have gone. They've gone.
Some are still there.
Some are still there.
I mean, I get that. I do understand that 100%, but also you should finish Hollow Knight. It's a very good
Out in
game.
the wilds, in the cold winter woods.
Yeah, Hollow Knight is real dang good.
This world. She almost gave in to the darkness.
No, that's fair.
She
And
remembered
yeah,
Gideon's
like
words.
Fruity said, like some of the bugs are just incredibly rude. But there's so many places you can wander around and look at and
That which had
and stuff. Where's Valravn now? Where do you think our guy's gone? It's the enemy that splits in two, and then you have to deal with both parts coming at you at the same time. Trying to think. I think I know which one you're talking about. Did you see Dung Defender? He is my son. You do be loving that Dung Defender. Where is Valravn? I need to put that back. I understand. He is very good. I will give you that. He do be loving that poop. Oh boy. He sure is defending that poop. Oh my god. I am very sorry about the horrible hiccup sounds. Y'all are gonna have to deal with it. Y'all are dealing with it. I just have to apologize for it. Because it's annoying me.
The ravens. They've all gone. No.
Okay.
There's three. There's three. Where have they gone? Where have they gone?
They're over there.
Looking back, I was so naive to think she could banish it on her own. The further she saw into the darkness, the more she struggled to see anything at all.
I just don't want Senua to
And the glow,
struggle anymore.
the smallest hints of shape, sound, or thought, grow in strength until they consumed her whole.
My poor girl.
Before she knew it, the darkness had her in its claws.
Okay. We need to be over here. One must imagine Senua happy. Manifest it. We will make it be so for her. Again, just very excited about the second game.
The gate is open. Open.
Okay, we've opened the gate. We found all the runes around
There is
here.
no such thing as victory when it comes to the darkness. It's like it doesn't want to kill her. Yet, it will gnaw at her, biding its time. Only when she is at her weakest will it strike to kill. Will she find Dillion before her time comes?
Senua. Alright. Is it time to fight Valravn? Like, are we there already? Also, hold on a second. Sorry, I need to... I've been, like, leaning on my desk very strangely the last couple of days, and it's hurting my elbows, so I need to put something soft under my elbows. So I'll just use my hoodie as a way to, you know, make it so I'm not just driving my elbows into... It is the Valravn fight. So I'm not driving my elbows directly into the wood of my desk. Alright, Valravn. Where are you, bud? Where is the guy? The silly, goofy guy. Has that done anything? Not that I could see. Do I need to look at the... I keep forgetting to look at the gates first. Which is kind of a problem. Because I need to do that, so I know what I'm... So that Senua knows what she's doing. I could get it with, like, the regular runes. Don't quite get it as much
Overcome
with the
Valravn's
raven
final
symbols.
illusion to face him in his keep. I know you can do it, Senua.
Okay.
You have the sight.
We both see the darkness. We can fight it together.
Okay. There is a tree branch there now. And I think we can climb on it.
Speak to me, Druth. Tell me a story.
Senua, listen. I will tell you the tale of a man called Findan.
Findan.
The Northmen captured Findan's sister, and his father sent him to pay for her release. But they took his gold, put him in chains, and held him for a day and a night without food or water.
Rude.
Then they released him. I don't know why. Upon his return, his father's enemies in Erin set fire to his home. His father burnt to death, and his brother was killed. But he escaped.
Consider. Druth just has a special interest in Norse mythology,
near the sea. But when
and
he went there,
and
they betrayed
he
him
can
to the
tell
Northmen, who enslaved
he
him
can tell Senua about it
and took him to hell.
because she won't judge
6
him.
years later, his slave masters landed on the shores of Orkney, burning all before them.
Ah, jeez.
And into that fire, Findan made his escape. What was Findan burnt away that day. But from the flames, a new man stepped forward.
Druth.
And Druth was born.
Aw.
Druth. The man that I am now.
Not you calling Druth
Although
stupid.
Findan never set eyes on his dear sister again. I,
Dang.
Druth, have found you, Senua.
Arcade is
She could have
savage.
seen my home before these dark times.
Listen, it was a little silly to trust these guys, but also we love Druth here. Wait, can I mean, that's valid and fair and probably the correct response, really. To being invited to dinner by the people that killed your family. You just tell them, no, we're good. And then you don't go to dinner with them. Okay. Hop on down. Because it's cleared a way for us on this tree. And then we can line up the ravens. And then we can go kill Valravn. Oh no. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. There we go.
Broken. The gate is open. Open.
This has gone much faster than I thought it would.
I know it from the wilds. It's coming back for me.
Oh, jeez. I mean, she could crawl. Or, hear me out, she could make it very dramatic for all of
Are
us.
you two? Where are we? I remember. It didn't end well in the wilds. It never does. You think you can overcome the darkness, make sense of it, and once relief settles in, strikes out of nowhere, throwing you helplessly back into the maelstrom, drowning the mind in fear, deeper, deeper, dragging you down so far into the void that maybe this time there is no coming back. But there, in the darkness,
Senua,
and she remembered what he told her.
hear me. Reach out to me. Senua, take my iron mirror. Look Look into it, for it is a window into the underworld. Within, you will see the face of the darkness that you fear. And if you focus, like I have taught you to, you will also see that as much as the darkness has you trapped within its veil, it too is trapped within yours. Focus. Focus! Focus!
I see you! I see you now! You led me to the wilds! You trapped me there!
Let's go! You stupid fucker! It's kind of a cool guy. But okay, let's go. I remember this fight being like way more difficult than it's currently being. I think I was just really bad at parrying, but like we get it now. Ah, shit. Shit.
Go.
Okay. I say that, and then I, like, missed all of those, but I at least didn't, like, get damaged by them.
They're winning. Better fight.
Cool guy! Shit. Shit! Okay. Come on. There we go.
She's beating her. She's beating him. She's nearly there. Don't
Okay.
let them get behind you. Keep them in sight.
We're doing great. Let's just keep doing great.
As far as she needs to keep going. It's nearly over. Finish it.
Fuck. Okay. We're having a little bit of a hard time. Shit.
Get up quickly. Get up.
Get up, get up, get up, get up,
She's
get up, get up,
injured.
get up.
She can still do it.
No, run. Let's get these guys out of here.
You can do it. You're close.
Okay. There we go.
Focus. No. Focus. It's the only way.
It is true. They all know they can't beat her. Look at her. Look at how cool she is. Come on.
I never beat you.
There
in the
we
wilds,
go.
Did I? It was an illusion. But not this time.
Look at her go. Fuck him up. What a badass.
The Mark of Valravn. One of the keys to the gate to Helheim. Hold it in your mind's eye.
With every battle, the darkness grows stronger. Every victory bringing her closer to defeat. Unfair, isn't it? In those dark winter nights in the wilds, there were times when she
Take that
considered
illusionist, take your impossible looping stairway and suck
letting
it.
If it weren't for
We sure
Jace,
showed him.
a chance encounter in the wilds, she would not have heard his stories of the Northmen. And she would not have this chance to find Dillion's soul.
I'm coming. I still hear you.
Yay! Alright, on to next one. Dillion better be the best man on the planet to be worth all this shit. I mean, it seems like, from what we've heard so far, that he's the only one who is, like, willing to be around her, while she was, you know, struggling with everything.
She would lay in the
He was
grass
willing to be there and
stare
fight
at
with her for it, against it,
And as she saw them, elusive,
and then, but she left
shifting
so that she
faces,
could fight it on her own, and it did not go well. And then she came back, and he'd been fucking killed.
caves,
Better be like Reggie levels of perfect. I mean, is anyone aside from Reggie levels of perfect? I mean, I've got some characters, but oh, thank you. Like I said, it felt like a milestone that I had to like say something about. And doing like a long stream seemed a good thing.
can you
But
see the faces?
It's exciting. Thank you. 500's a big number. That's a big number. Oh, hey,
Mother,
Mom.
Senua, you have the sight. Just like I do.
Oh, this is weird.
Once you can see into the underworld. The underworld and all the souls within it will see you. Don't be afraid when they speak to you. I will always be here to
Right.
Did you see her? That was her mother, Galena. She was a priestess, a healer.
I think we were supposed to do
She
Valravn
taught Senua to
first.
see the weave that binds the world together.
Um,
And
because
was
it
beautiful.
introduces us to this concept, and
It was a
also
time before the
using
dark
focus
days,
in fights.
but when it
But I
did
think I
come,
did this the first time that I went through as well, where
first
I
came to
fought
her mother.
Cert first. but
Senua still
that's
sees
fine.
her face from time to time.
Yeah, if we
hidden
sequence break, it's not our fault. I mean, fortunately, it
like she's still watching
it's
her.
fine. It's working fine.
She misses her so much.
Aww. But yeah, just a funny little thing. Okay, we can go back to the gates of hell, and we can open that up now. It's a lot easier to get back to them from Valravn's place than it was from Cert's. But here we are. There's the door.
With the Mark of Valravn and the Mark of Surt, you may cross the bridge over the River of Knives to Helheim.
There, is this a new one? No. They're all urging me on. Is there anything else I can look at here? Does not seem like it. Okay.
Why is she waiting?
Over the River of Knives we go.
No, it's dangerous. It's dangerous. Don't open the gate. Don't.
She's done it.
She's done it.
It's so
Oh.
dark. It's dark. The darkness.
Only the dead may cross.
Only the dead may cross
Only
into
the
hell.
dead may cross.
So gossipy.
Anyone?
There is no one here but me.
Not you.
Did you think that I would let you go? That you lost me back in the wilds? I will never let you go. You can't get rid of me. I am your shadow. And I will be watching when you draw your last dying gasp.
I'm not ready to die.
You will be when you see what they did to your dear beloved.
Ah, jeez.
In this waking nightmare, where all dreams come true, you searched for control, a way to pull through. When you were in love, you left him in tears, to smother your furies and banish your fears. But in darkness they came. Through stormy black seas they raided these shores. Do you still hear his screams? And now that you're home, he's so far away. They've taken his soul. To these gods you cannot pray. They can break you, but not your promise. Even death won't keep you apart.
Yeah, it's pretty
Through his
fucking bad
darkness
here,
you
huh?
will find him. In your sword still beats a heart.
Who needs to travel to
Wolves
Helheim
life
when you could just
unspoiled
be here?
By your darkness within. You fought for your dreams. Now there's no way to win. In the head of his corpse lies the seat of his soul. So you must carry his vessel to bring him back home.
They will never say anything nice.
They can break you, but not your promise. Even death won't keep you apart. Through this darkness you will find him. In your sword still beats a heart. The darkness touched you. Everyone could see it in the hollows of your eyes. A gaze averted from life. You ran from it but brought it nearer. Led it to him. An endless suffering, worse than death. And you wanted to surrender, abandon him to find peace with the gods. No. The darkness won't allow it. So you will walk into the lair of the beast. Look it in the eye, and you will go to war. This is your mission. This is your quest. There is nothing else left.
Let's go. Just checking the time. It's only 6:30. We're good. Bro.
You can do this. Take it. Go
The
again.
gods made you a warrior for a reason. It's your calling.
Fool.
Surprise it.
Okay.
He's gone.
Why suffer the past?
Man fell over the edge.
Ahead. The only one that
Plenty of time to save Dillion, the Crown, and Mr. Krabs. We have to save Mr. Krabs. Is it necessary?
He's hurt. There's blood.
It's fine. We're fine. Let's just get this guy out of here.
Finish this. Finish this. Finish him.
I need to see who did the music for this game. Cause I know Heilung did the music for the trailer, the announcement trailer for the second game, but I don't know if they did the music for this one.
darkness
It'd be cool if they did.
brings another change.
Ouch! Sir! That's a big boy. Oh god.
She's hurt. She won't make it.
That's a big man.
Too slow.
Ah!
Stop there. End it now. This is nearly the end.
Shit. Okay. Just these two? Okay. I'll have no fury like a woman who wants her baby girl boyfriend back. Facts though. Bro, do you really wanna? Cause like we can do that. I can bring it to you.
Yes, runs the one in front of you. She's got her sword. Prepare yourself. Attack!
Fuck. Get up, 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 get up. Okay.
She's injured. Not gonna make it.
I need to not be in this corner, please.
It's not over. It's not over. Do it. Go.
Shit.
It's not over. It's not over. Use your sword to harm foes. You can do it. You can do it.
Okay.
She finished him.
Oof. Come here. Fuck.
They're winning.
No, this is fine. I also like it when the voices are nice. But it's not often that it happens. Oh, fuck! Okay. Come on. Shit.
So weak. They can see you're weak.
Stop telling me I'm weak.
Surprise him.
I need to stop doing that. No! Stop jumping, Senua.
We're winning.
Come on. There we go. There we go. Okay, just took forever for the focus to reload. I think it did it a little bit ago, but it was still not as fast as I would have liked, but that's okay. We've done it. That's where we came in from. We need to go over here. Yeah, I do keep getting yeeted. Sometimes Senua just wants to go flying. And you know what? I respect that. Do what you want, girl. Okay. I can remember these. I mean, they show up on the screen too, so it's not like I won't know that they're there. But
however you come to the
do you want to just
golden
sploot?
that leads to hell,
Sometimes you
may
just gotta get
find it guarded
splooted.
by a giantess. She will ask your name. She will ask your lineage. She will ask your business. The Northmen tell of the warrior woman Brynhild, who leapt into fire and rode to hell to join her slain love Sigurd, and is challenged by the giantess.
Need to do that. There we go. And then what else do we need? I only have one, and I need 3. Can I open this? No. We need Dillion. It's true. We gotta get the boy. Oh, I can. There's stairs here. Okay. What is that? Oh. Neat. We have stairs now. Is there anything else out here? Or is it just bad, horrible things? Seems like it's just bad, horrible things. But yeah, Senua, we need to stop getting splooted. And we need to find Dillion. It's bad here, babe. It's a bad time. And you deserve a not bad time. Is it there? There we go. Okay. Really needs to get a smoothie after all this, right? Treat yourself. We could go up more, or we can check out what's here. Ooh. Do I want to? This doesn't seem like a great idea. Might need to take a potty break again soon. Oh, hi, Mom.
Oh, Senua. Your father does not hate me. He just fears the souls in the underworld. He cannot see that they are already afraid. But I am their healer, and I must answer their cries for help, even if it displeases him.
Okay. Maybe get yourself a new husband. He doesn't sound great. Just from what I've heard so far. Let's get this last rune. And then we'll take a short break. Yeah, get yourself a Dillion. Dillion understands. He'll support you. Heck, he'll probably hold your dang hand while you're dealing with all that. And we appreciate it. Okay, down we go. And down to the gate. And then we'll pause. And take a short break. And then press on. Because I'm like still feeling good. I'm still here for this. Not ready to stop just yet. Alright. There we go. It's bad there. Alright, so yeah. Quick short break. Get up, do a stretch, get some water, use the bathroom if you need to, get a snack if you haven't eaten recently. We'll be back in like 2 minutes. So I wasn't even worried. Okay. Maybe a little concerned. Goober. Hey, Farts. I think you're a little big for that box, bud. Farley? Have you considered a different box? There's another box. Literally, like, right here. It's right over there. Nope, he says that's the box. That's the one. That's the one we want. Oh, no! No! I mean, probably. But,
Cloud
you know.
Temple.
This is the one with Agent Zero, where you have to stalk him, and it's horrible.
I'm a secret agent.
I'm a secret agent.
Don't
Okay,
tell
bud.
no one.
Oh, this one where you go
Supposed
blue.
to tell you.
You know, the QWERTY keyboard layout was specifically designed to...
I'm not yelling at your David! Y'all!
Good.
I'm yelling at this David!
It's a locked locker.
Can't get in there. Please! Jesus, fuck! Thanks, Dave. Oh, this isn't gonna be good. Okay, hold on. Actually, no! We got it! It was planned. The whole thing was planned. I knew it was gonna be fine. Okay. I didn't know it was gonna be fine. They're just lingerie shorts. Don't worry about it. Yeah, no, get it? It's the devil's advocate?
So you can find something here like that. Oh no! Oh no! Actually, I'm new here. Everybody thinks I'm the keeper at the local graveyard. I'm from another world and I need to go back. I understand you all too well. This world is not mine either. Oh, thank God.
Okay, fine. Quick, someone remix that. Let's go. Well, door. Excuse me? Oh, no! It got me. I was too busy taking in the sights. I am back. We are here. We're ready to go. I hope you did the biggest doggy stretch. The big stretch. I did get got by a pumpkin. I came back just in time to see that. Listen, pumpkins are terrifying. I'm not gonna defend myself. I don't need to defend myself. Pumpkins are terrifying. Is the thing. Oh.
It's opening.
What's going on here? Oh, I forgot to put my hoodie back in front of me.
That song again. It's Hela.
Yes, the source of the darkness. It's coming.
Oh,
This
jeez.
is your moment.
Oh, look! It's Hela!
What are you doing? You're showing weakness. You're not a warrior. You're a disgrace. The
Pumpkins are
gods will
delicious.
punish you for this. Pick up the sword. Pick it up. Fight the darkness. Fight it.
Ah, the darkness!
Get up. Get up. Get up and fight.
Yeah, it didn't seem like that would go particularly well, considering that's Hela, and we are just a little lady.
Lost souls. She's dreamt of this before. They say dreams are visions of our memories, thoughts, and fears, as seen by our inner eye. But what if each one of us is always dreaming, even when awake, and we only see what our
We're
inner
just the
eye
little
creates for
guy.
us?
Senua is just
Is
a
this
little
what
guy. Hela is not a little guy. Y'all are little guys.
World through her eyes. Because if you believe that Senua's reality is twisted, you must accept that yours might be too.
You failed the gods. You're pathetic. Rotten. Cursed. What were you thinking? Did you really think you could win? How stupid can you be? Everyone hates her. She's cursed.
The shadow.
Look at you. A warrior. Worthless. Weak. Pathetic. Go on. Feel sorry for yourself, because there is no one left to do that for you.
What's that?
Take it. If you're too
Aw,
much of a
jeez.
coward to fight, then end the suffering. Broken and lost. Just like your sword.
Come on.
I mean, gotta fix that wound on your face. Don't want that bleeding
Why go
out.
on when you give everything and face that which torments you?
Oh, her arm is
only to
not
find
doing
that it is
great.
worse than you could have imagined. Why go on? Is it really so weak to ask this? Or are we just so afraid of the honest answer that we do not dare pose the question? Sometimes the answer lies in a memory.
It pulses.
a
It
feeling,
writhes.
a song.
Her arm is not good. Her face is a little rough. That's not good. That's a bad ouchie.
It's a trick, don't trust it. Maybe you're already dead. Who are you?
Do you still believe in me, Senna?
It's a trick. She knows he's here. It's a trick, he's already dead. You know he's here. He can't be here, it's impossible.
Come to me. Please.
Oh, Senua.
The light. Go towards the light. It's him.
There he is.
It can't be him. It's just a trick. It's in your mind.
He is. No, he's here.
It's in your
It's
mind.
him. It's real. It's happening.
Go towards it.
Getting a lot of conflicting messages here. Hold on. Before we do that, is there anything here? Does not seem like it. Okay. Towards the lights! Let's go! Feel bad about making her walk, but also she's very slow. Because she's injured. But also... still... very slow. So I do want to look around for things. Oh, jeez. Oh, look at him.
There it is. You're imagining things. It's Dillion. He's gone. He's gone.
We gotta go to Dillion.
Keep going. Could you keep going? Ignore
Oh,
the pain.
Senua.
I told you it was to trick you. We told you. Where are you going?
Time to climb over. I am very concerned about our friend here. I know. I'm sorry.
Before she first met him,
Welcome
she was
back.
not in a good place.
We are...
Just a teenager, but not like the others.
we're on a boat.
Barely functioning, she rarely
Alright,
left
everybody,
the
click that
house.
link.
Her father Zinbal made sure of that. Only
Oh.
occasionally did she venture out on her own, collecting firewood and herbs.
Yeah, don't click that,
Aaron.
please.
Out in the Orkney Plains.
Oh, tripping
That was
over
her world.
driftwood.
Like this one. Barren. And lonely.
Is that a mom face? Kind of looks like a mom face. Are you a mom? No. I was just imagining things. Nah, jeez. Can't believe Fruity would click the link. Yeah, it's a good idea. Maybe if you click it again, they'll go away. Well, heck. Okay, is that the way that they want me to go? No, he's up there. So what's in here? Oh, it's Mom. Hi, Mom.
Senua, there will be times that you will feel alone and exhausted, like a strange little fish swimming against the tides of the big ocean. But have the faith to let go and let the tide carry you away. Because the whole ocean is your home, and it does not ask you to swim against it.
Okay. Thanks, Mom. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like a nice little drift would actually be incredibly welcome right now, since she wouldn't have to move. She is having a rough go of things. And I don't feel great about it. Looks like there was a thing over here and there's not. Okay. Well, we found a mom. So that's cool. And we can continue to follow Ghost Dillion up here.
It's already disappeared.
Nothing lives here, not even
Oh.
you. It's in your mind. You think you can see it, but it's in your mind.
There he is. Way the fuck over there.
The lone figure of a boy. Swordplay under the shade of a tree. She remembers the first time she saw him. To her young eyes, he moved as if dancing. And the world danced with him. The gloom lifted. And for the first time in years, she felt a ray of hope.
Hey. I missed one.
Northmen tell of a great hero. His name is Sigmund. His father's hall was built around a great tree, and one day, Odin
I am
comes
annoyed
and
about
thrusts
that.
a sword into the tree, a gift to whomever can release it. Many try, but the sword only comes out at Sigmund's
There weren't
touch.
many places to look in that
His
last...
brother-in-law, King Siggeir, wants it.
that last
But
bit.
Sigmund refuses it, so King Siggeir plots revenge. He invites Sigmund and his brothers to a feast, but when they arrive, they are met with an army, not a
Oh
warm
well.
welcome. King Siggeir captures Sigmund and his brothers, steals his coveted sword, and readies them for execution.
Ah, jeez. I wonder, I don't remember if there's a way to, like, select a chapter. I don't think there is. I think I'd have to play through again. Oh, well. I can do that another time. It's just a little annoying that I only missed the one. It's fine.
Death for Sigmund and his brothers seems certain. But the king's wife is Sigmund's sister, and she begs for mercy and implores the king to chain them up instead. He agrees.
Maybe Dillion will give it to
Not
us when we
because
find
he
him.
but because he
Here's
plans an even
hoping.
more cruel and lingering death. Chained to a tree in the forest that night, a she-wolf comes and devours one of Sigmund's brothers. She returns, ravenous, night after night, until only Sigmund is left. The next day, Sigmund's sister sends a servant with honey to smear on Sigmund's face. But to what end? Well, that night, when the she-wolf appears again, you'll never guess what happens.
Can you imagine being covered in honey and getting devoured by a wolf? Look at that boat rock. Okay, I did see on the other side there was that, like, hole that, but there's also that gate up there, and I should probably, like, go look at that, because I imagine we're trying to find the runes to unlock it, right? But while we explore, we can,
As the she-wolf licks the sweet honey from Sigmund's face, he bites the wolf's tongue. The she-wolf pulls away, But Sigmund holds on. The chains break, and he is free.
Jesus.
After his escape, Sigmund lives like us, hidden in the forest. His enemy, King Siggeir, believing him dead, as his sister plots revenge. And for vengeance to succeed, even the great Sigmund needs help. So she sends her sons to him. But their blood is weak and corrupted, and they're put to death by Sigmund. So his sister hatches a new plan, one that is cold of heart and pure of blood.
Jeez. Okay. I know I can't go through, but like, am I supposed to do something? Can I do something? Nope. Okay. Well, we'll come back here in a bit to figure out what they would like from me. Can't go that way. That is a dead end. I wish we could play I Spy, but the door says no. It's too loud. I'm like, okay, well, door, how do I fix that? And it just doesn't answer. And I think that's a little rude of it, honestly. Doors are meant to be open. No, I can't get in there. Okay. Tragic. That's another way to get up. So we do continue on this way. Okay. We can play I Spy with some runestones. It's not quite the same, but you know, gotta make do. Okay. Sorry, I'm just gonna keep being like mildly annoyed about missing that one in the other area.
Day after day, watching from afar, she mimicked him, perfecting her own secret dance, wishing those fleeting moments of light would stretch out to last forever.
Let's get this
Sigmund's
one.
sister trades shapes with a sorceress, and in disguise, she lies with her own brother. She gives birth to a son named Sinfjötli. After a time, she sends him to the forest to Sigmund. He tests the boy and finds him strong and fearless.
Horrible.
And so they go to take their
You
vengeance.
spy sand.
Luck is not on their side. They're captured, and Siggeir has them buried alive.
I think I found it. There's one more runestone around here. I spy some water. Well, I did.
Where are you going? Where is she going?
Oh.
What is she following? You can't even fight. It's just deception.
How does he so effortlessly court the world and bliss? If only she could do the same. See the world through eyes anew and dance with it, just like he does.
Pretty.
What's your name?
Senua.
I haven't seen you before.
I'm not. I don't leave home much.
Oh.
Right though?
I have to go.
Wait. Who taught you to fight like that?
No one.
Senua deserves a smile. She deserves some niceness in her life.
I watched you, and
You learned all of that from watching me? You should become a warrior, you know.
me?
I'm Dillian. I'm here for the warrior trials. Would you come and watch? And bring your sword.
You can't put it into words. That moment when you look into the eyes of the one who's supposed to reassure you, make you feel safe.
Oh my god.
It only takes an instant.
I just want her to be
Before you
happy.
have a chance to make sense of it. And darkness becomes a part of who you are. But her world changed the day the Northmen took him from her. Senua knows that there's no going back to how things were. That there's nothing to go back to at all.
Stay still, stay quiet, hide, don't tell her.
Their gods can see into your mind. They will use this power to destroy you.
They won't stop me. I can still feel him.
Whatever's left of him, they will never let him go.
I'm not gonna let him rot here.
You're the one rotting here.
Leave me alone.
You will die here.
No.
And all your suffering will have been for nothing.
Shut up! Dillian? Is that you? I'll find you, my love. I promise.
The Nightblood tree. Can you see him? You want to believe it. Is he not real? Is he there? You're alone in these mountains. Is that Dillian? Nothing lives here.
What is this?
You won't survive.
Nothing. This is nothing.
We met in that tree. She met in that tree. Maybe it's a sign. The tree. What's he trying to tell you? He's waiting for you by the tree.
Okay. So there it is. I just want Senua to be happy,
As
or at
Sigmund
least
and Sinfjotli
not,
are being
not
buried alive,
struggling as much as she
Sigmund's
is.
sister throws an armful of straw into the grave mound. Hidden in the straw is Sigmund's sword, the gift of Odin. They cut their way out of the grave mound and set fire to Siggeir's hall. The king burns to death. Sigmund calls to his sister to come out so that she may live and be honored. She does come out, but only to tell him the truth. That she had slept with him, her brother, to beget a strong avenger. I am not fit to live, she says, and walks back into the fire. Strike vengeance from your heart, Senua, as there is always a heavy price to pay.
Ah, jeez. Alright, well... Sucks. Let's go find boyfriend. We gotta find boyfriend. Oh, never mind. There's one more. Runestone. Right? Sucks to suck. Have you considered not doing any of those things?
And here is the end of Sigmund's story. He was a fierce and great warrior who fought many battles. But one day, an old man came onto the battlefield. Although shadowed by a hood, Sigmund saw that he only had one eye. The man raised his spear, and Sigmund struck at it with his sword, but the sword shattered into pieces. Sigmund then knew that this was Odin, and thus that victory could not be his. He bowed his head and accepted his end. Dying, he tells his wife that she is with child, and that her son will one day make a great weapon out of the fragments of his sword. The sword named Gram.
Ooh. Is that gonna be my sword? Look, it's been a minute since I've played. The details are a little fuzzy. But we do need a new sword. Oh, hey, look at that!
Take it. A sword. Take it. Dillian left it for you. Take it. Take it. Take it.
You just need to say the magic word. It's Widdicombe. I need a new sword. Well, luckily, we have just the thing for you.
Imagine a sword that can slay gods. Its name is Gramr. It was forged by the god of all Northmen, Odin, and gifted to Sigmund, a great warrior.
I need this sword. It's important. Can you help me?
The sword appears whole, but it is an illusion. It shattered into shards long ago. It is said a great warrior can reforge Gramr by answering the trials of Odin, one for each shard. The roots of the Tree of Death will take you to new lands, where
Okay.
you will face the trials.
Well, what we're gonna do is go to the that light over there. We're gonna go to the one that's furthest away first, since they're all lit up, and then work our way back.
Where is it?
It doesn't really, you know, it doesn't really make it faster,
Get closer. What can you see?
but
It's not safe.
I prefer it this way.
Move closer. Go. Come on. What can you see? It's in your mind. You can see.
I want to tell you a story about a god of the Northmen called Balder. The second son of Odin. He was beautiful, good, and wise.
Is this the one that Loki
He was
hated?
fair of feature, he spoke fair words, he gave fair judgments. Light shone from him. Only good things were told of him. Yet he was the first of the gods to die.
I heard that guy has a gate. He had 3 gates, and everyone really liked the third one. Thank you for coming in with the Baldur's Gate references. Same hat. Y'all got the same hat. That's very good. Oh, let's go ahead and get that down.
A mask. What is it? What does it see?
What does it see?
It's dangerous. Don't go near it. Don't go there. Don't go too close. Don't go to the mask. Where are we? What is this? It's the
Oh.
same.
Oh!
The bridge. It's not broken. It's fixed. What happened? The bridge is fixed.
Great.
Let's cross it.
I think that's closed on the other side. Yep. Okay. Just wanted to double check.
Dillian is in there. Don't forget. You can feel it.
Hi.
You need the runes to find Dillian. You need Dillian.
Okay, let's go ahead and...
He's waiting for you.
look at that. I can't really get anywhere, can I? Because
Close.
everything is shut.
He loves you. Calling you. Dillian. Dillian, we're here. Dillian. We're nearly here.
Okay, let's just put this bridge down. And then can I... Yeah, because the gate's open now. Oh boy, it is bad here.
The gate is open. Go through the gate. Go through it.
I'm going through.
What's behind the gate?
Oh my goodness.
Dillian, there he is. What are you waiting for? Quick, find a way. Find him. Go. Where is
Gotta...
he? We're in the wrong world. He's not here. She's in the wrong.
Cool, I like it.
He's in the other one. He's in the other one. He's in the dark world. The dark.
The world once seemed so simple. Black and white. Darkness and light. Narrow dividing lines of our own making. Dillian taught her to see further. To peek through the cracks and see the worlds of
There it
colour
is.
stretching away from the gloom. And Senna explored new paths into the unknown.
Well, what's up? Okay, I can't go up there actually.
He's gone.
This isn't
He's in the
isn't where
dark
he
world.
belongs.
He's gone to the dark world.
It's pretty, isn't it?
The other world. The dark world. Without you.
Oh
He
my
led you
goodness.
astray. Should have listened to your father when you had the chance. Why didn't you listen to him? This love has tortured you.
This is fine. We're gonna go through and we're gonna get Dillian. We're not gonna get Dillian right now. We are going to get the sword and save boyfriend.
She should have listened to him. There he is. Where are you taking him? He's up there. How do you get up there? There's a way.
How do we...
There is a way up there. Find the way. She can do it. You're nearly
There we go.
She'll find the way.
Alright, I was just trying to see if I could open up that other gate just yet, and I cannot.
Darkness is swallowing you both.
The Northmen tell
Wait.
this story about the death of Balder. It begins with dark dreams. Night after night, Balder dreams of his own death, and the gods fear for his life. So Balder's mother makes everything in the world: fire, water, iron, stone, earth, wood, beast.
Sorry, I'm walking away from him.
Serpents, poison, sickness. Swear an oath.
Yeah, Balder dreams of a gate every single night.
They each make their vow.
Oh, he's very
Neither
far away now, I'm
weapons
sorry.
nor wood will injure him, Balder's mother boasts. Only Loki, father of Hela, the mistress of death,
I have to
is
sit
not
up.
amused.
Okay.
You have blood on your hands. You
Yeah,
are
it's the guy that Loki's like mad about.
Was it worth it?
I know this one. I didn't realize that those shields were the rune things. It said that was the first one, but I wanna... Yeah.
The gods feast and rejoice.
He's
and
low-key
amuse themselves
mad.
by throwing spears and stones at Balder, striking at him with sword and axe. But he comes to no harm, whatever they
Low-key
do.
mad.
The gods never cease to wonder at this great marvel. But Loki shapes himself into a woman and asks Balder's mother, "Is it really true that all things promise to keep him safe?" "I did not ask the mistletoe," Balder's mother confesses. "I thought it was too young." Oh dear.
Well... Okay. Well, I'm glad we went back in there.
He was the only one that really loved her.
And... Because again, would like to try and get as many as possible, even though we have missed one. I like the stories that Ruth tells us. And then he shot Balder with a tow missile. The end. Can't believe it. What's that? Okay. Dillion. A horrible squishy sound. Hi. Yeah, he's going away. Okay. Let's do
Loki
this.
makes a dart out of mistletoe and goes to the gods as they throw things at Balder. The blind god, Huth, was there. Loki asks him why he wasn't taking part. Huth says, I cannot see where Balder stands, and even if I could see him, I have no weapon. Loki replies, here is a wand. I will tell you where he stands. And Huth throws the mistletoe at Balder. It pierces through him, and to everyone's horror, Balder is killed.
Jeez.
And for this, Huth is slain.
Not Huth. Not Huth.
Your curse has claimed Dillion. Years had passed since she left her father.
He didn't know. He was
She trained hard alongside her friend, Dillion.
Before we do that,
She saw things no one
can
else
I
could.
see anything up here?
Patterns, shapes, movement. An intuition that made her an
I have a couple of
exceptional
masks to choose from, which is
friendship turned to
strange.
love.
But, you know.
But the shadow of darkness never let her go, and she was caught between two worlds. That of Zinbel and her past, and Dillion, her future.
There's
Two
that.
realities tearing at her soul.
Can't open up that one. We found Okay, let's do this. And then
Just to tire you out, to make you weak.
it says there's a thing here. And I don't know where that would be, but
The
Got
Northmen
another
tell
one.
how the gods mourned Balder. His body was to be burnt on his ship, but they could not manage to push it into the sea, and sent for a giantess to do it. She comes riding a wolf and has vipers for her reins. She pushes Balder's ship into the sea with such force that the ground shakes and the
There it
rollers
is.
burst into flames. When Balder's wife sees his body carried onto the ship, her heart bursts with grief, and she dies.
Wolf is also
She's put
giant.
next to her husband, and the pyre is lit, sending the dead to hell.
Can confirm.
But even so, the gods cannot accept his death.
Okay. Can I open that? No, it is super locked. Then how do I get there? Yeah. I know where that rune is. I've seen it now. Game. You can stop
Do you remember the way he looked?
yelling at me. It's right there. But I have to view it from the other side. So yeah, nothing bad ever happened now that Balder's dead. Definitely nothing horrible ever happened again. Okay. Just be that way sometimes, you know? Okay, we can go through here now. And then we can...
Can you remember what love feels like?
Look what happens to the
Oh,
thing
goodness.
She destroys everything she loves.
We can open this up. And then we can get across. We can get the other rune marker and the other rune. There we go. Let's go.
Overcome with grief, the gods send Hermod to ride to Hel and ask Hela to let Balder return home. All the gods are weeping, he says. Are they? Asks Hela. We shall see if he is truly missed. If everything in the world will weep for him, he shall go back to the gods. But if even one thing refuses, Balder stays with me. The gods send messengers everywhere. Weep for Balder. Weep him out of Hell. And everything well. Men,
Return
beasts,
Balder, but not his wife.
stone,
Fuck her.
trees, metal, everything.
I had to permit the term
giantess
wife fuck her.
Balder was never my friend, she says. Let Hel keep what she has. The Northmen say that the giantess must
It's
have
the
been
combination of.
Cared in a way that nobody else did.
My goodness. This is what I mean by Automod just being an absolute freak. Okay, where is... Where is? Is it...
Do you remember the way he looked?
Hold on. It's like...
He saved you. He saved
Well, I thought I knew what I was looking for, but I don't. Did I? It was in the debris. Like here? Which debris? Am I just a silly... Oh. Oh. Okay. Good spot. Good catch. I am just a silly. It is true. Did it get that?
She's doing You're special.
Just wandering around, getting lost. That's all.
Nothing.
Sometimes it takes me a minute to figure out what's happening. Zoom in. Listen. This looks like the end of this area, so let me take one last peek around to see if I can find the last marker. There is one more. We've already gotten that one.
Your love because he believed in you.
Oh my goodness. Everyone chill. Can we go downstairs? Was there one out front? Perhaps. We got that one.
Look what happens to the things you love.
Can I open this? No. Okay, hold on a second. Wait. I won't be able to get back down if I change it. Okay. Maybe I missed it. Or maybe it's the end.
The curse cannot be undone.
Okay. Well, we might have missed the second one. Which honestly would make me feel a little better about missing one. Because at least it's not just one. But also, I hate that I've missed them.
Very careful.
Oh god.
Dillion never much cared for the underworld, and looked dimly upon the druids, like her father.
Oh god.
Zinbel. I guess he took after his father, a chieftain who believed nothing he couldn't see. And he happened to be blind. She felt safe in Dillian's arms, and to see the world through his eyes. And slowly, the darkness that had bound her so tightly began to unravel.
Very careful.
We're being careful.
Don't let him slip away. It's a narrow bridge. And there's a long way to fall.
We're fine.
There he is.
Nope.
Be careful, Senua.
Okay.
That's it. Quicker.
Oh, jeez.
No!
Oh. Dillian, watch out. She's not gonna crawl. She'll never do it.
Senua. Your father cannot understand your darkness. He cannot see through your eyes. No one can. My own father was born blind. Doesn't have the faintest idea of what the night looks like. The word dark to him means as little as the word light. So someone is afraid of the dark. Should we fix them by taking away their sight? Would you give up the beautiful world? You, and only you can see, just to be rid of your nightmares? Or is this the price you pay for the gift you have? A gift that makes you so special in my eyes. Just another part of the person I love.
Trying to help her understand and accept her.
I left for
Just
the
how
wilds
she
to
is.
protect you from my darkness. Because I love you. But it made it worse. I'm so sorry.
It's done.
You did it.
But there's more. There's more.
You're tired, but you have to keep going.
There's still more.
There's always more to
Two
do.
It's
more
not
to do.
going to
We'll probably finish these trials and then call it there for today.
Can you do another one? It's too much. Have you got the
Been streaming for about 3.5 hours, which like I could go for longer, but I
saw
do work
once
in the
a
morning
plague
and
strike northern lands of
I
ice.
need to eat some
it was
dinner.
so terrible that not the oldest man among us could remember the
Trials and tribulations.
Hundreds died.
They're incredibly drying,
The
that's
sickness
for
took
sure.
nearly every person younger than 40, and many older. And where dying mothers gave birth, the marks of the plague were on the babes as they came out of the womb.
Game. Reloading. What are you
Where
doing?
are we? I don't like it. This place feels... It doesn't feel
What is
right.
this place?
It's creepy.
The cure is to be 40. Only 40 though.
It feels strange.
If you are older or younger than 40.
Where is it? Where are we?
Sucks.
This is wrong. This has to be wrong. There he is. There he is.
The light.
Go
Where?
towards it.
Oh,
He's
there
in
he
the
is.
house. Find him.
He's going in.
He's disappearing.
Follow him.
Don't let him disappear.
The air's
Where's
Well-
it gone? Keep going.
How do you find it? It's just a trial.
It's just
Well, give
another
me a
test.
You just have to
minute.
solve it, and then you will find him.
Then you will succeed.
Gross.
Just one little test.
It's a test. Like the old warrior trials.
I'm trying to find
Dillian,
what our rune markers might be this time. Gross. I remember this. Disgusting.
The stench of rot. She can almost taste it. Do you smell it? No. Don't worry. Not everyone can. It was a warm spring day when she went to the river with Dillian and the others. But the water. She could taste the rot. But no one else could. She knew something was wrong. Something sinister.
Keep going.
She She begged them to leave, but they just laughed at her. But soon enough, as the bodies piled up, no one was laughing. And they knew that she was not like them.
They wouldn't have cared. Had she told them there was piss in the water, they wouldn't have cared.
Fix it. You have to fix it.
Tony saw a bear shit in the water.
Fix it. You can't get to the house until the bridge is. You have to find it. Quick, get to the house. Get to the house and
Oh
finish this
no.
trial.
It doesn't finish until you get to the house.
Before he disappears, Senua.
You have to get in.
Listen, we're working as fast as we can, voices. How do I... Okay, we have to pass through this gate. What is this one doing for me? Nothing at the moment. Okay. But I need to go up? Ooh. We're back to these.
The Northmen speak of a death moon, a light shaped like a half moon that appears inside a house and goes around the walls. I once saw the death moon appear at a farm, and first the shepherd died, then a guest died, and then the farmhands, and then the farmer and 6 of his men drowned at sea. That is not the end of it, because the dead return to haunt the living. If you see the death moon, then beware, because there will be death in that house.
Sure, but what does this gate do? There we go.
You found a way to climb the tower. The ladder.
Sometimes you just have to find the right angle to approach the gates from.
Aligned to the truth.
But we got it. Eventually. There we go.
You fixed the bridge.
Okay.
You passed the trial. Get
It's
to the
true.
house.
They do get a little snippy with you if you don't do it right. Sit there and call you stupid. It's like, but I'm trying my hardest. I'm doing what I can. Bear with. Okay, and we only have one more runestone to get here. But where is? Not over here. Right? Listen, I'd like to see somebody else try to fix a bridge with their eyes alone. Once they can do that, then they can start complaining about how long it's taking me to do things.
Senua! Come to me! Where
God.
are you?
I'm here. I'm right here.
Are you in there?
Oh.
Come out if you are.
Okay, here we go.
You have to find him.
The runes.
There was a Northman called Grettir. Big, red-haired, immensely strong. But he was afraid of the dark. It happened one night that an undead...
Oh. Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt Ruth.
They're coming for me.
Well, at least we got it.
It's Dillian. Go to him. Dillian, go to him. He's trying to save us. It's close.
What am I doing? Oh god. Oh.
Don't get
Yeah, man's gonna be afraid of the dark forever now, I'm sorry.
Don't get it. Quick. Where's Dillian?
Where is he?
This is
Okay.
Find one more.
Woo.
Find the other symbol. You're lost.
Oh god. Oh fuck. Shit.
What should I do?
We just gotta keep running, it's fine. Oh. It's a little less fine.
Where are you?
Can I...
Don't let it see you. It is. Go towards it. Run. You've got them. You have them. Where's the door?
Where is the door? Is the question.
Don't let him look at you. Don't let it see you. It's coming. Move away. You're lost again.
Everyone's tripping out and I need them to stop because I'm doing what I can. There we go. Yikes. It's fine. We've done great. Hooray!
Senua! Senua! What happened?
They're blaming me for the plague. They say that I'm cursed. What if they're right?
How would they know such a thing? Are they gods? None of us are. They're just people. Good people, but they're scared. They're afraid of what they can't see. Like children scared of the dark.
Dillian, you're in
Make up stories
my
to
right
fill
ear
the
exclusively.
What if my father was right?
You have to step out of this darkness. Let them see who you really are, like I have. You're not a monster.
Without you, this darkness has made me a monster.
One more.
What if this is pointless? What if you're wrong? What if this has nothing to do with the sword? What if we're wrong? The sword will never be yours. What if this is the end? It's just a trick. It's just a pointless test. You've been fooled before. You could be fooled again. You're being tested. You don't know. It's just there. You never
It just
know
turns you into a badass. It is giving her the chance. Oh fuck, there's one way over there. Oh god, I thought there were only 3 and there are 4. Okay, well we have to run all the way back this way again. The whole plan that I had to run all the way over here so I didn't have to do it again, it backfired. I was wrong. Whoopsies. Always getcha. It's fine. I mean, it's just a little annoying is all. But it's fine. Okay, so we have 2 left. We have this one and then one more. That's okay.
The Northmen say that their Allfather, Odin, gave his eye in exchange for a drink from Mimir's well, the Well of Wisdom. In blindness, there can be wisdom. Only by giving can you receive in return. For this reason, I give my life and pass on my stories of the Northmen to you, Senua.
Let's go.
right here. Can't you see me?
Help me.
Breathe slow.
It's the darkness.
Stay still. Empty your thoughts.
Okay.
Tell me what you feel.
The breeze.
Good.
Can't hear you. It's too dark
There
in
is a
here.
way out.
I can't tell where it comes from.
Yes, you can.
Thank you, No End House.
The others. The voices. They've gone.
I'm still here.
It's so quiet. So dark.
It's okay. Listen to your own breath. Feel it rise and fall. Good. Be aware of everything you hear and feel. Let your senses guide you.
I am concerned. I hate this as well, because my controller is lightly vibrating, just constantly.
Dillion?
Find a way. I'm not leaving you here.
Fire. Okay. Controller is Senua's spirit. Just lightly trembling. This is bizarre and weird. I think it's brighter in OBS than it is on my screen as well.
The breeze has gone.
Use all of your senses. Let the world speak to you. What do you hear?
This is weird.
I hear water.
Go to it.
I do remember this bit to an extent. Ugh. Does not make it any less anxiety provoking
Reach the
though.
water.
Good. That's your way out. Follow it upstream.
Yeah, it's definitely brighter in OBS, so y'all can probably see this better than I can.
This all behind.
Don't be sorry. It's not your fault.
He was right. It's inside of me. It won't let me go.
Senua. My father. He taught me the hardest battles.
Cheat by editing your camera levels. I could. Oh boy, could I? I usually do. I can see just enough
Prove that to me in the warrior trials.
that I can
This is just another battle.
I can wiggle through.
You can beat it.
Just wild like difference between what I can see on OBS and what I can see here.
I want to.
That's all.
Besides, you are going to be a great warrior one day.
Aww.
We need people like you.
Oh.
I'll do my best.
Are these? Those are bodies.
I know what you're thinking. He's not really here. Seems there's no
Not if I can't see him, they hate. You're right. Zero corpses here, actually.
And so she's forced to relive it. To what end?
Oh, jeez.
There is a house.
Oh, what's your hair doing, Senua? It's kind of freaking out a little bit.
I don't know what's inside.
Don't fall. Oh. What is that?
Do you see it? No. Then it cannot see you. Quietly move past it, one step at a time.
What is that? How do I... Can't go there because there's chains. Oh, fuck that. What do you mean nothing's here? There is no warm posse, say. There is no mound in Senua's home. I don't know where we are, is the thing. Do I have to go this way? What is this on the ground? Those are chains. Don't listen. Don't listen. Don't listen to it. You're okay?
It's not following me.
Oh my god.
Keep moving forwards.
No, stop putting these things out here. I don't want to deal with these things anymore. Oh, that's too many! Also, it has too many legs!
I think they're moving.
You're breathing too fast. Listen to the sound of your breath. In and out.
I don't wanna be here.
And out.
Maybe there's not enough legs. I hard to disagree. Maybe we added more would be normal. Nope. Nope. Incorrect. Like I said, hard to disagree. Oh god. Okay, I would like to not be here anymore. I am Stressy Wessie. Y'all are something else. Leg 'em up. 2 against 1 we win. Horrible. Awful. You can have all of the legs, that's fine.
I think I'm in a house.
The prize is legs.
Stinks of death.
The darkness is testing you. But you are in control.
I am very much not in control. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Ugh. Sometimes the word isn't even a word, it's leggy. Okay.
A well. There's a well.
Don't turn back. You're getting close.
Why are we going into the well? Oh, this is horrible.
Delia. Help me.
Come to me, Sam.
I'm trying to walk slowly, but also I need to not be in here anymore. Dillian, are you aware of the creatures? No. No, he is not. He does not understand. And I wish he did.
I can see a light.
Yes, I can see you too.
I do not want to be here anymore. Well, really hoping that there's no runes in here, because we're not finding those markers. Dillian, release me. I do not want to be here anymore.
Days even, trapped within herself, in the dark.
Oh boy.
You see me?
Yes.
Your eyes were open, but you were
Listen.
gone.
I also hate when I get trapped in my own mind.
Finally let her go.
It happens
She could be
more
anywhere.
often than we would like.
No memory of how she got there.
When it comes for me, I have no power over it.
But here, for the first time, someone was there to help.
But I heard your voice. You brought me back.
You found your own way back.
Not locked in the mind
All
place.
you needed was a little
Oh
help.
no. Horrible. It's Alan Wake all over again. Hey! We've done it!
Killing you would be too easy. They're taking your memories to torture you. They're taking you from the inside. You're disappearing one memory at a time.
Ah, jeez.
Every time you remember, it disappears. They're going to take everything. They're not yours anymore. They're going to take everything you have. The memories of ghosts. They belong to the gods, not to you. They're eating you from the inside. They want to kill your soul. They want to crush it. You think they want your body, they want your soul. They want your mind, and they're going to take it. The memories were yours,
This
but
is
they're the gods
horrible, and
yours anymore.
I don't like it.
Disappearing with your memories.
Again, I just want Senua to be okay. As okay as she can be. What's this one? What do we got now?
A king in the north forced the dwarves to make a sword that would never fail and never rust, and that would slice through iron and stone and bring victory to its bearer. But the angry dwarves cursed it. It would be the death of a man every time it was drawn, and it would be the death of the king. Let me tell you about the sword Tyrving.
Those darn angry dwarves. Don't piss them off.
I don't recognize this place. Where are we?
They'll ruin your day.
It feels wrong.
Will those dwarves?
Where are we now?
Okay.
Burial mound.
Oh, jeez.
So strange that we go to such lengths to bury death. Something so very ordinary.
Red marker.
Inevitable. It's as if we conspire to hide death. Because we have no answer for it. But when it comes, and forces
We're
itself
almost
onto our
done.
friends or loved
If these
ones,
markers are anything to go by.
then comes the reckoning.
Maybe we'll finish this tomorrow. Norse dwarves are fey creatures, right?
Senua,
I
you
don't
remind
know,
me
actually.
of a story that the Northmen tell about a young woman warrior. Her name is Herva,
Possibly?
the daughter of a berserker born after he was killed. She's a wild, willful child who teaches herself to fight with weapons. When she learns where her father is buried, her only desire is to reclaim the treasure buried with him, but above all, the sword, Tyrving.
Hold on. I need to know. It's important for me to know. As opposed to short alcoholics like in fantasy lores. There's a lot in here that is hard to parse because there is so much. I mean, it says that they're like similar to elves, which for sure are Fae-esque in Norse mythology. I'm also just like not super. I know a bit here and there, but I'm definitely like not as familiar with Norse mythology as I am other things. I wouldn't trust dwarves, basically. Just given like the stories that I know off the top of my head from Norse stories. Not always the greatest. They're fine if you leave them alone, but nobody leaves them alone. So, you know. Kind of interchangeably elf dwarf. Nerd. Basing it on Dominion. No, that's fair. Yeah, I'm not, like I said, I'm like not super duper familiar. I think dwarves are a little more, are sometimes more kind than the elves are. But not by much. Make like a tree and leave them alone. Honestly, yes. Oh, I don't want to be in here.
Who's there?
Everyone's kind of a bastard.
We're here for the trials. Like when we first met, remember? I'll find him.
Everybody is kind of a dick. Can I light that? No, that one cannot be lit, apparently.
What's that? Did you hear that? Nothing. Was that voices? Is that his voice or the voice of the dead? Not.
I'm not going the wrong way. I mean, I am, but intentionally so.
Herver disguises herself as a man to join a band of warriors, and soon becomes their leader. When they come to the island where her father is buried, her men do not want to go ashore. They say that evil haunts the island, and that it is a worse place by day than other places are by night. Fearless, she lands alone. There are many grave mounds, and all of them have ghostly flames burning over them. She comes to the grave mound of her father after passing through these ghostly fires, as though they were mist. The flames I passed through were real enough. Damn the Northmen to hell.
Okay. Again, I am just trying to...
Don't touch the walls. You don't know what they might do. Turn back. She has to keep going. It's not safe here. She has to keep going. If you go down there, no one can save you. It's too scary.
What's this?
I can hear him.
Within the burial mound, Herver calls on her father to wake from death and bring her his sword. She says that it is not seemly for the dead in their grave mounds to bear valuable weapons. Her father answers with words of warning. You go to your doom. Baleful runes surround you. You have gone mad. You have lost your mind. Your thoughts are confused. It is dangerous to wake the dead. Like I said, she reminds me of you.
Thank you, Druth. Again, just kind of looking around. Is this just loop? Is this a loop? He's just giggling.
It's not working. You have to use your mind. Where can you go? You're failing. Find another way.
Okay, chill.
Use your mind. Where's he gone? He's disappeared. You let him slip through your fingers once again. Think clearly. You have to find another way.
The voice is getting louder. Listen.
Dillian. Listen.
I know the point is to like listen to Dillian's voice and follow whichever way it's coming from, right?
You're nearly there.
That's the way it wants me to go. But I'm trying to find those rune stones.
Find the voice. Find him.
Well, let's just.
You don't recognize it. Don't doubt yourself. You'll never find it. She doesn't recognize it. Yes, you do. You know where you are. She doesn't.
Not moonstones, rune stones.
We told you. We told you it was a trick.
I mean, you thought Senua couldn't get any more badass. Is that the way it's coming from, or is... It's definitely coming from in here, but I want those rune stones. Do you think there's one in the other room? Ah, jeez. I mean, it doesn't look like it. I think this is just one that, like, loops and tells you that you've gone the wrong way. Yeah. Okay. It is a cool... I don't know. I kind of like that as a mechanic. Wait. They're getting silly with it.
What's happening?
Is that...
It's not him. It can't be. What's that sound? The voice.
Okay, that's the last one.
Herva ignores her father's warnings. The
Would that be
grave
a...
mound opens, and it seems to be full of fire. Again, Herva demands her inheritance, but her father warns her that the sword is cursed and would be the bane of her family. But he relents and brings her the sword. She leaves the island with it, but the curse holds true, and death would follow in the years to come. And so, Senua, the misdeeds of a father have cursed his daughter.
Okay. Well, then let's go back. And we'll go through that hole in the wall. Doesn't that sound great? Aren't we excited about that? Jesus, bud. I am glad we went that way so we could get that last rune stone. You would be crawling through holes in the wall. Classic arcade behavior.
Quiet. He wants me to find him. I'm lost.
Oh god, everything's going wiggly.
What's in there? What's in there? What is it?
A secret room.
There are bars.
Nah, we already gotten there.
That voice. It's not Dillian.
Don't stop now. Don't give up now. Find a way. You're too close to stop. What's in there?
I wish I could run. You know, sometimes you just want to run. Let's... Not great. But it looks like... Can I do anything with this? No. Okay. Can I couldn't light these before. Still can't light it now. There's no other torch over here. Alright. We go into the scary hole, I guess.
Dillion wants me to face my fears.
Jeez.
Father? I'm leaving. I've decided. I think it will be good for me.
It's the darkness. It's speaking through
No,
you.
Dad, it's me. I think I can beat it. In my own way.
I can see the darkness in your eyes, child.
I met a boy.
Boy.
The chieftain's son.
No.
He said he could help me.
It's a trick.
He said I could be normal.
Normal.
Yes.
No boy is going to save you. No one can. When they see the rot growing inside you,
No.
they will turn their back on you. The gods can only fix you through my hand. You're going nowhere.
No.
You will not defy the gods.
Oh. This big sword I found could fix me
Come,
though.
child, take my hand. Come.
Oh.
Senua.
I am leaving!
Yeah, you tell him.
You cannot escape the darkness. Your curse will make everyone suffer. You will have blood on your hands!
Fuck this guy. Good for her. Horrible. Bad dad.
The warrior trials. You need that sword. Go get the sword.
Yeah, it's not my problem. Everyone drinks shit water.
With ground
Consider her.
reforged, you will have Odin's
She tried to
blessing
warn him,
to walk
and no one listened.
goddess into the halls of Helheim and challenge Hela as an equal.
So Dillion was helping me.
I want to see how much longer there is in this game, because like
when we first met.
And become a warrior in Dillion's clan.
The sword is tainted by the gods of darkness. Leave it.
No. He left it here. He wants me to take it.
You will pay a price for this.
But years later, with Zinbal's parting words still haunting her, the darkness came back with a vengeance. A plague.
Dillion?
Everyone suffered.
My father was not supposed to die like this.
Do you see it clearly now, Senua? The suffering you've caused.
This is your fault. You brought this plague to us. You have blood on your hands.
looks like we've got like 3 sections left.
They're coming for you now.
They're coming.
They're coming to get you.
Oh god.
Hold your hands. Hold it. Hold.
Hold on, I'm just gonna pause for like 2 seconds, cause like I don't know that we have like enough. We're at that like awkward spot, right? Where I think I don't know if we have like enough left of the game to do like a full session. We should. We should. We'll do this and then we'll call it there for today and probably finish this tomorrow. Honestly. Right.
It's building. You're stronger than him. Get focus now.
There we go.
You finished it.
Oops.
He's down. Finish it.
Wow! That was cool. Okay.
In the sea of corpses, the corpse waved through itself over the ones I loved. The
Actually,
ship
we might
broke
just-
up under them. The ship that had sailed from the land of shining fields. Their memorial stone is sacred.
I think we're
not
gonna
here in
just
the
try and
sun.
finish this out.
Come not with a sword. Come not crying over a naked corpse. Come not with disturbed mind.
She's lost.
Do you hear the suffering, Senua? Does your precious gift of sight let you see the souls that rot here in this sea of corpses? Do you feel the blood running cold on your skin? Do you hear their endless cries? Do you smell their putrid wounds?
Okay.
They were once brothers.
Not the
sisters,
pea rain.
and loved ones. And look at what you have done to them. All because you were a coward, because you ran from your curse instead of facing it. When you turned your back on your father, Zinbel, you turned your back on the gods and let the darkness wreak havoc on your people. Why must they pay for your heresy?
He's finished.
Let's go. There is so much going on around us, and it looks really cool. Oh my goodness. Ah, fuck. Shit.
She's hurt. She's injured. She won't make it.
Let's get this guy out of here.
He knows what to do.
Remember the warrior trials.
She finished him.
Oh god.
The mirror focuses on it. It's coming back.
Come on. Attack. There you go.
It's nearly over. Finish.
Are we... How do I finish it? Where? Mom?
Do you hear, Senua? Do you hear the voice of your mother?
Sorry, it looks really cool here.
She calls for you, Senua. Go to her. Answer her pitiful call.
Is it this way?
The darkness took her life, and it will take yours. It's taking you further and further.
Mother! I need you! Help me!
You're both dead. You both surrendered to the
And your dear beloved mother was powerless against the darkness when it came for her. She too had a her sight. She too doubted the gods and let the darkness infest her. But she didn't love.
It's just the way of mothers. I could have told you that. It's
Gave
not.
her life to the gods. If only you had done the same.
I'm sure it's not actually her.
It's not too late.
Look at this guy!
She's calling for you. Why don't you join her?
Stop. Stop. The mirror. Focus is coming back.
Finish this. End it now.
Oh god.
She's ready.
I don't think they should be allowed to attack me before they've even, like, properly spawned in. But what do I know? Fuck. Okay, there we go. They are using cheat codes, and they have to, because Senua is too great. There we go. Oof. Oh, geez. I was waiting for the flash of, like, you know, now you can do the thing. Please. Fuck. Oh god. This is too many guys. There we go. Please, sir, I need you to go away.
You're close.
So that I can then do this and get this guy to go away. Did she just, like, ram into him? Because that was kind of cool. Shit. Shit, 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 shit. Get up. 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 Fuck. Yeah. Okay. That's okay. That's... Do I have to do all of that again? Please say no. Oh. Right, like, I don't mind starting that one little section over again, but don't start me from the very beginning. Fuck. many dudes around. I can't focus now! Keep screaming at me to focus, and it's like, but I can't. It's not, it's now charged up. But it wasn't when they were yelling at me. Do I have to fight all the guys over again? And I'm not happy about that. Oh. Okay. Too many dudes all in pulpy and rude puts you in a bad mood, makes you want to say something crude. It's true. I don't know, I might say a word like but. Can't believe it. Okay. I need to not be stuck in the middle of all these guys like that is the main thing. Okay. Shit. Fuck, run. Okay, come on.
Finish this.
I need to not have my back to everything. Okay. Like some of the dudes just standing there waiting waiting to get their to get their turn to get their ass kicked. Right? Some of them are very, very you know, nice. I appreciate them waiting.
Why do you still fight on? Maybe you too should suffer with your brethren in this rot and let your blood seep into the seas and the rivers of hell. Isn't that
there we
what
go.
you deserve after all you've done? Give the darkness what it wants, let it swallow your soul and destroy all that you are. Why are you fighting for someone who is already dead? Just look around you.
Okay.
What hope is there for him, even if his soul could be rescued? Do you think he'd thank you for what you have done to him, to his friends, to his father?
Oops, wrong button. Fuck. Fuck. Get up. Senua. Senua.
She's injured. She can still do it.
Are we good? Which way do I go? This way? Okay. Hello? Is everyone dead right though? I need to know. I don't know if this is the right way. It doesn't feel like the right way. There's a lot... Nothing has happened. For a while, it seems like. Okay, it's getting deep again. Maybe this is the correct way then. Wait a minute. I think I went backwards. Okay. I went the wrong way. Whoopsies. Sucks for me. So it is gonna take us a minute to get back. But that's okay. Gives us a minute to breathe and not be attacked by dudes. Okay. So then, which way do I go? This way. I'm like determined to get this finished today. It's gonna be a long ass stream. Oh boy. Will I regret this in the morning? Probably. But that's a future me problem.
You're both dead. You both surrendered to the voices. The darkness has taken you. Galena and Senua. Galena and You are lost. There's nothing you can do. You're dead. You're both dead. Mother and daughter dead in the sea of corpses.
Oh jeez. Nobody move their arms. Don't mind me, buddy. Sorry, I'll be off you in a second. Bye, Mom.
I can't fight it anymore. Not on my own. Where are you, Mother? I want to be with you.
I don't know, I look pretty alive.
She gave up on her world to follow in the footsteps of her mother, to go to a place where the darkness couldn't reach her.
Senua, look at me.
Do you hear them? They're calling for me.
We've lost so many. And I've lost my
Dillian and her
father.
mom. This is a classic mom v dude
I can't lose
story.
you.
No.
I have blood on my hands.
I didn't say that. You've done nothing wrong.
Symbol was right. Everyone will suffer.
Zimbel is a fake. He is a hateful,
Man
bitter
versus
liar.
God, man
He's
versus
poison.
nature, mom versus dude.
His words
Classic
still haunt you.
storytelling.
Who do you trust? Him? Or me? Do you still believe in me, Senua? In us? Come back to me. Please. Don't let this darkness come between us.
hardest
Hey.
battles are fought in the mind. He gave her the sword with which to fight in more ways than one. And she gave him her word, never to surrender. All she needed was a little help. A little hope.
Let's go! Wait, if we're going back to the bridge to hell, no one will help her because everyone is mean. Dillian helped a little bit, as much as he can now that he's dead. But if we can go back to the bridge to hell, do you think we can get that last rune that we missed? I mean, we still missed the one in one of the trials, and that's just not accessible at all anymore.
I'm here to help you.
Aw.
Senua. We're back. We found her.
Right.
We thought we'd lost you. Where have you been? Here she is. Don't worry.
Oh, runes, how you toy with us.
You don't have to do this on your own anymore. You need us. There's a way in.
Okay.
Into the mountain.
Can you see it?
Shall we tell her where to go?
It's not far. Go on. Look up. Just up there. Listen to us. That's it.
Shall we tell her where to go?
Shall we?
Does she know which way to look? Does she know her way into the mountain?
She's a good girl, isn't she? Look up. So clever. Did you
I mean,
Oh, she did.
I tried to look at this before, and Dor got mad.
Go on. Go up. Go up. Go up into the mountain.
I'm going up! It's
You
happening!
can do it.
You can see it.
Come on, Senua.
Go away. I'm not listening.
Let's go. Now we can go in here. Okay.
I will tell you of a great hero named Sigurd, son of Sigmund, no less. Born after his father's death, Sigurd is cared for by the dwarf Rain. But Rain does not love the boy. Instead, he plans to use him for his own ends. You see, Rain's father possessed a great treasure given to him by the gods. But Rain's brother, Fafnir, killed his father and took the gold all for himself. Fafnir hid the treasure out on a heath and could not leave it. And from the evil in his heart, he turned into a dark creature. A dragon.
Well then. Would you like to lay out those specific steps for me? Just asking for a friend.
What is it? She can feel it. Don't open the door.
Who may or may not want to become a dragon.
What's in there?
A great beast guards Helheim. Garm is its name, and it knows you are here, Senua. It can smell your stink.
Oh, jeez. But also may or may not like to be a dragon.
How would you say
Just out of curiosity.
how to step into the shadow?
They can't stop me.
Then do it.
Listen, she's been busy.
The beast is stalking you from the shadows. Your sword is useless here.
She's been busy running through hell, okay? Oh god. Shit. Okay, so that was the wrong way. which I should have known, because it did not look like there were any lights down there, but, you know. Oh, boy. Okay. But I want to look for things.
The beast is stalking you from the shadows. Your sword
Yeah,
is
yeah,
useless
yeah.
here.
Run! Run! Head back, it's too dangerous. It's locked. Torch, get the torch.
Don't be fooled. The beast is still here. No. It's a trick.
Mother, do you hear that?
Don't fall for it.
It's me, Senua. It's so loud.
It's not her.
So full of hate.
It's a trap.
I just want to help them. Tell me what to do. Your father wants them to go away. And he only hurts me to silence them. But he's gone now.
They always come back. He says I will die if I go with them. They say that I'm already dead.
No,
They want me with them.
Stop!
That's why they crawl through the walls.
Don't listen
Do you
to them.
see them?
Do you see their faces? He's coming. Senua, help me! Help! Get me out of here! Don't go!
Where has she gone? She's disappeared again.
She shouldn't be here. She escaped the darkness. She took her own life to escape it.
She can't remember when it started. When her mother lost her smile. Her eyes gazing past her towards a world she could not see. This is what happens if you reach for the underworld.
Mom's had a
He
hard
said.
time.
It was a lot to take in for a child. And the first time she felt the cold chill of fear. I don't talk much about her father, Sinbel. I suppose I just didn't want to risk upsetting her. But it doesn't matter now, does it?
What's down here?
The light won't save her. She can sense it. She's lighting the torch. It's not gonna help her. She's lighting the flames.
We're gonna light the torches so that we can.
Send. Use your swords.
Oh, please, sir. Can't believe he took my fucking torch. Sir, I definitely hit the block button.
You're stronger than behind you.
Okay. Let's get these guys out of here. Fuck off.
Focus.
Okay. Okay.
You can't go anywhere without your light. Take the torch and move.
Where is the torch? There it is. Oh, I'm gonna give him some blue. Watch out. Senua's got all the blue. Is there? There is. Okay. Great. We have so much light now. She's blue. Dabba dee dabba die. Dabba dee dabba die. Okay, so we have one of the rooms. Oh, there's another torch here.
What if you collect them and there's nothing behind the door? Save Dillian. The door is just another trial. Just another trial. Just to distract her from her real mission. You think you know, but you don't. Your mother is.
Am a little concerned just about how dark some of these places are. Can I do this? Is there one out here? Do you think? I mean, probably not, right? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. They can't afford the lights in hell. It's expensive. Even if they went like full LED, just it costs a lot of money, you know? And they can't afford that. Can we open this? No. Okay. Go ahead and light these up. That at least gives us a little something here. And also lets us know that we've been there. So I've been playing Realms of the Darkness. Realms of the Haunting, excuse me. On YouTube, and it's been a delight. But I just got through a section that was like exclusively mazes, so I'm a little less than happy about this situation. Didn't I like this one too? I thought I lit both. Or did it not let me because Mom showed up? TLDR. Just ready to be done with mazes as a whole. It wasn't the most egregious maze section, but, you know, still a maze. Okay,
Her torch is going out. No, it's not.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
She's too slow. It's not going to burn out. The darkness will come again. Stay light. Stay fatal.
It's not gonna go out. I can't reach that one. Horrible. Okay, there's...
She did it.
Why in hell is where the sun goes tonight?
This place.
According to the big document I'm reading about the
It
races
reminds
and
her of the
dominions.
Suffocating darkness that she
Oh
lived through as a
boy.
Congo.
Why would the sun go here? This is a bad
Imprisoned in
place. Where's the
Faces in the
bedroom?
dark, coming through the walls. She once thought everyone could see them. I mean, that's what children say all the time, isn't it? That there are monsters in the dark.
Keep an eye out for bat
By
people.
the time she realized that only she could see them, her father, Zinbel, could see the monster in her.
I guess the only other option we have is to go down those stairs. So I guess we'll go back this way. Children say there are monsters in the dark because in this universe it's quite literal. It's true. It's probably Norse hell though, so bring a coat. She's being so Orpheus and Eurydice right now. Right though? Can't believe she's going all the way to hell to save her. Save her boo. I'm here for it. See, Greek mythology. Pretty well versed in that.
The beast has been here.
Oh god. Yeah, let's keep that torch up. Not too high up, though.
She'll have to go under. She can't. She has to. She can't. The torch will go out. Don't let the torch go out. There's light in the distance. She has to. She can do it. She can't do it. Yeah. The light's gone out.
Oh, fuck.
Run! Run! Get through it as quick as you can. The panic is here. What was that?
Oh. Okay.
Run! Run and get to the light. Get to the light. Stop! Stop! Stay in the light. Stay there. Stay in the light. You have to rest here or die.
Okay.
She's stuck. She hasn't found the runes. Keep going. Get to the next light. Stay. Go quickly. Run! Run! Look. Fire.
Fire.
How will she get it? Fire. She has to go towards it. She'll have to go through the darkness. Light. She will. She has the light.
There we go.
There's the torch. Take it. You can see. Find the room. She can find it.
Yeah.
The light.
Easy breezy.
Where is it?
Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy.
The light will keep her safe. The light will guide you.
Are there any other torches that I can light? Nah. Okay. Well, that's a little unfortunate, but hey, what can you do? Sorry, sometimes these voices make noises that I make. And it's very funny to me. Okay.
Do you feel it? The beast is crawling into your mind.
He's not, though, so...
Searching for weakness. It found your mother and used her to trap you in here.
But we're not trapped.
Did you see her die? I don't remember. I was only 5.
Aww.
They told me she escaped the darkness. That she's with the gods. But what if they lied? What if the darkness took her and trapped her here?
They're here. Oh, hey!
Rain the dwarf's sole desire is to possess this dragon's accursed treasure, and he uses Sigurd to reclaim it.
There are
He tells
so
Sigurd the
many that
story
we've not
of
gotten
Fafnir's
yet.
gold, and the good-hearted hero promises to slay the dragon if Rain would forge a strong sword for him. Sigurd remembers that his father once possessed a sword given to him by Odin. Odin broke the sword to bring about Sigmund's death, but Sigurd's mother still has the pieces. And so Rain reforges the famous sword. Sigurd uses the sword first to avenge his father, and then he and Rain go in search of Fafnir.
It's a trap. The beast is coming. Stupid baby.
Oh, jeez.
Run away from the beast. He led you for nothing.
That sure is a beast. Oh god. Oh, we lost Dillion's head. Oh no.
His soul back. His fate is sealed.
Gotta go get his head.
Now it can see you at your weakest. The time you suffered as a child at the hands of your father Zindel while you pined for Dillion. Do you remember that dark
this man to stop being gravelly in my one ear.
Bringing it back.
Why did you leave me? This darkness. It's spreading. Father's keeping me away from the others. Away from Tilly. I won't give up. I'm not going to rot in here. I'm going to find Tilly.
Okay. That is quite the fall. But his noggin should be down there, right? I don't know where I'm supposed to go. I don't remember how to get down. It's fine, I'm sure. Oh, no, it's fine. I don't know why I thought I had to climb down that way. Like, in that hole. It's like when I dropped my glasses off the side of the bed and I had to move my whole bed over to get it. Just like that. Exactly like that. It's the same as when, like, Farley or Devo dumps their toy, like one of their toys behind, like, the couch or whatever, and then they get mad that they don't have it anymore. And then they have to go digging for it. Same exact situation. Whoa. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Ouch. So, what, we have to get out of the corner. I need this to refill faster.
She finished him.
Okay.
Behind you.
This is too many dudes.
She's going to die.
We're fine.
He's down. Finish it.
We're fine. Honestly, give me my boyfriend's head, and then everything will be fine. Okay. Should have did a Juliet lollipop chainsaw. Dang. Should have done.
It's nearly over. Finish
go.
It's the only way. Focus! Behind you!
Oh, fuck. Kind of just end up against a wall, like, pretty regularly. And that's
Do it! You're close!
very annoying and difficult to deal with. Because, you know, then dudes just show up behind us. Okay. Alrighty. There's no torches in here. None that I can light, and that's sad. What? Where? Zoomed in for a second. Money. Oh. Do I need to go up? How do I go up? Okay. I thought this was... I saw these boulders and I assumed this was blocked. Up! Uppies! Give me uppies! No! Oh, wait, does that cast a shadow? Okay, okay. Some of these I, like, distinctly remember, and others I'm just kind of like... Oh... Well, don't run into the water. Please. Did that not... No, that gives us the light we need to see this. Okay. There we go. I have to sneeze. Excuse me. Oh boy. I just saved. I need to use the restroom. But I'm also, like, looking at the time and it's 9 o'clock. And I'm like, I want to finish this. I just want to get this done. It's like, we're pretty close. But I don't know how, like... I mean, I know... I'm like, the thing is, like, I still very much have, like, the energy to keep doing a stream. Which normally would be wonderful and definitely not a problem. But to work in the morning. I'm trying to just look at this guide. It looks like we're like about halfway. No, we're almost done with Helheim. Okay. Fair. I think I usually don't go to bed until like 10:30, 11 o'clock anyway, so like we should be good. Let me go to the bathroom, and while I'm doing that, I will contemplate heating up some lasagna, or at the very least grabbing some like cashews or something. And then we'll come back and I'll decide then if we're gonna keep going or not. I think we will, but I'll consider this. We'll have some pee thoughts. You know, when you go to the bathroom and you contemplate things. Well, we'll think about that there, and then I'll let you know. We'll be right back, though, okay? Okay. I hope you like it. I I worked hard on it. Just for you. Send! This is how you make friends, right? Like this.
I didn't mean to. Whoa.
I know.
The air.
Oh my god!
Anticipation.
Double sixes! Sorry, okay, let's go. Let's fucking go!
As the music starts. Okay, here we go.
I would often go there to the tiny church there, the smallest church in San, though it once was larger. How the real may rest there.
Our car is broken. I broke our car. We gotta get out. Investigation failure? The point of, like, being tested enough. Whereas, like, Lydia and Sam both wanted to get out of the Syndicate. They both wanted to leave. Carmelina could have used that against Lydia and been like, is Meow Meow doing a clean? Yeah, he is. Don't mind us, Farley. We're just watching you lick yourself. You gonna do it? I'm not watching. Farts. He's getting clean. Yeah, that's stare. But yeah,
This lady here will join us for dinner. That's all.
For what? Take the goddamn mask off when you talk to me. You know.
I do. I 100% remember her moving like
Put it
this.
back in the van so you don't fucking lose it again.
Okay.
It's awful. I don't like it. I don't like it.
I was just saying, she's here for dinner.
Good. Dinner. I'm starving.
Sean is doing some terrible I'm turning everyone into skulls. I've made 7 districts hostile officially. No one lives. We're all monsters now. Fucking Sean! Sorry. Fucking Sean! Sean is significantly a. This is me for the rest of the stream. I hope you like it. Just hello. I'm here to tell you about this game called My Lovely Daughter. I hope you like it. Okay, that needs to go away. It's gotta go away. I can't look at it anymore. It's still there though. I can just pull it up whenever I want. You miss her already? Here, you know what? Just for you, Cyril. Because Grandpa... leave you to it, bud. Wait just a minute, you old fart. Jesus fucking Christ.
I could have yelled, but sorry, but Farley ate your cheese. So I swapped it out for a new cheese.
Couldn't that have just stayed downstairs?
I know, because we're eating the cheese on the table. Sorry.
Are you? It really is. Who's that Dark Souls boss? It's Pikachu! It's not fine. Plans on liberating the Bean Vault? We're just gonna wait and see if Fruity has followed through with what they've promised. Okay, was that man T-posing? That man was T-posing. 100% that man was T-posing. Well, I took a bite of my lasagna and it's too hot. Oh god. Oh, I've burned my mouth. Oh boy. Okay. I'm back. And we are I think we're gonna try and finish this up. I've decided. P-Thought said, yes. It's hot Zanya. It's the hottest Zanya that ever did hot Zanya. It's good lasagna. It's Costco lasagna, which is the best lasagna. Okay, let's go. Pea time is over. Those were some good peas you got there, though. Let's see, we had... I can't see most of them now, but we got Peninsula, Pterodactyl, Pill, Pinky, Pork, Pull, Pure, Pack, Pending, Pluff, Power, Pikachu? There was something about Piranha. Permitted Piranha? Good peas, everyone. Good peas. Oh no.
Why doesn't she learn? When will she learn?
Well, I need everyone to stop being mean to me while I try to go across this horrible chasm.
She can search and search, but she will never find it. She's let the darkness.
We're gonna find it. We're gonna find it.
Darkness will take her like it.
They'll say I'm not gonna find it. Joke's on them. I'm gonna find it.
The dragon Fafnir is so large and deadly that it would be impossible to kill him face to face.
Okay.
But each day, Fafnir crawls across the heath to find water. So Sigurd digs a pit in the dragon's path and lies in wait in it. When Fafnir
The other peas were
slithers
plankton,
overhead,
parasites, pickled
Sigurd
piranha,
sinks his sword
plebo,
into the dragon
penny,
up to the
pasta,
hilt.
pufferfish,
Sigurd
of
leaps
course,
from the pit,
publicity, peak,
and
Paris,
Fafnir
Pluto,
sees his
punk,
kill.
and party.
He warns
Thank you,
Sigurd
Fruity.
that the treasure will lead to his death.
I could kill. Sorry. I would not put it past you, Arcade.
Comes to all men, and everyone thought to be wealthy until that day. And he takes the treasure.
Okay, do we know that this is... I need to not go here just yet. I need to go look at that door. I thought that maybe they were hiding... Well, no, because there's the M. I assume. I mean, that looks like it would be it. Okay. No, that's part of it.
She'll die. She has to. She can't.
Yeah, I can't. Okay. Before we do that, I do want to go through whole...
And she'll die.
I think we have to, but we're gonna do it anyway. You know, the only thing that I didn't get done today, YouTube-wise, which was like my big goal for today, was do some more Realms of the Haunting and get that set up. I only have the one episode done, but it is done. I didn't get it uploaded to YouTube yet, so That'll take some time.
What's she doing?
It'll probably be up either late tomorrow or Tuesday.
She's got light on the other side. She'll be safe.
So look out for that if you want. I've been having a lot of fun, like, recording those. Okay, you told yourself you'd draw CG today. Probably ain't doing it at this point. Lol. Some days you just gotta take a break. And that's okay, especially, like, with, like, drawing and stuff like that. Shit's exhausting. Take a break. You deserve it. If you don't get it done today, that's okay. Hey, I see the amount of work that you're doing pretty consistently.
She can do it.
And I am impressed with the things that you do, Arcade.
Keep going, keep going. Stop.
I don't know that I can... Okay.
Get up.
Okay, cool. That works. I was scared. Earlier today, you're debating if you wanted to draw run cycles or just substitute it for a CG slideshow. I mean, which is easier?
Faster, faster, keep going.
And or which would you be happier with? No, not at all. Listen, even if you're not putting out like the same amount of stuff that you do normally, which is not to say that you're not. I'm just saying, like, if you feel like you're not doing the amount of work that you would normally do, that's okay. Like, the amount of stuff that you are working on right now is wild. And so the fact that you're able to share anything with us on any sort of regular basis is impressive and wonderful and appreciated. I don't know which is easier or what I'd be happier with, so I've tried to do a roly-poly and falling down a hill. You're like Dillion's head falling further into hell. Fuck. That's also fair. Oh, I'm so sorry. Nah, take your time. Think about it. Figure out what you would... Oh, I'm sorry, bud. Hey! Sorry, Farley was under the desk and I accidentally moved him. Hi, Devo. I know, boys. I'm doing things a little differently than I normally do. It's okay, I promise. A little zag me. Hold on a second, sorry. But yeah, take your time. Think about the options, which you think you would be the better option overall. Well, however it comes out, I'm sure it's gonna be lovely and delightful.
Tender guiding flame in a world so black. The longer it burned, the more she convinced herself that there was nothing beyond its reach. How little separates us from what we fear.
Sigurd does so, but when he touches the roasted heart to see if it is done, he burns his finger. Without thinking, he licks his finger and tastes the dragon's blood.
May have
in that moment, he
spilled a little on myself.
The language of birds and hears them talk nearby.
Okay. It was a little disjointed, but hey. That's Devo making noise. But yeah, it's like you need to take a break when you're, oh god, oh fuck, oh shit. Sorry, there are hands. If you're feeling inspired and you want to do the arts, you want to be creative and make a thing, fucking go for it. But sometimes, if you're tired or you've been putting out a lot of stuff recently, it's okay to take a break. It's okay to not get a thing done that day.
I hear you.
The arts.
For you.
That's an EGI too, isn't it? Oh god. Gillian, I know your head did not fall this far, right? He's being very rude. Hey!
No.
Oh my gosh.
You're not taking him from me.
Love. Breaking news, it's okay to take a break from the arts.
No.
We know I did.
I am leaving with him.
Don't apologize.
That is why Dillion will rot in
Sorry, this guy looks so cool. Ugh. Ruin him.
into my shadow.
Oh fuck. Shit, hit the button too late. They really do. Just let this girl succeed. Shit. Where's he gone? I'm dead.
Get up quick! She's hurt. She won't make it.
What a guy. Oh, jeez. Where is he gone? Do be having those big puppy eyes. Shit. I thought I could block that. I need to just get out of the way.
She's injured. She's not gonna make it.
Look at him. He's just a funny little guy.
She's hurt. There's blood.
Okay, come back in here. Fuck. Okay. Where is he? Fuck.
Get up quick.
Okay, okay.
It's not over. It's not over.
This guy is very large and has too much health. Never mind. We've killed Fenrir. It's fine, actually. Got him.
People think of evil as an unnatural, invisible force.
I'm sorry, I'm showing my face
The
full of
gods for
lasagna right
protection.
now.
But evil can come from the hand behind the gods. A familiar hand. Cold and cruel. He tried to fix her with his rituals. Kept her trapped in that hole. She couldn't say which was worse. The darkness. Or the monster that her father had become. She couldn't fight them both. And so she left. Headed for the one ray of light that shone down on her. If she had stayed, she wouldn't have survived. But maybe Delian would still be alive. I'm so sorry, my love. She will save his soul. Even if this time she can't save her own.
My baby.
Forgive me, Senua. I know you have no reason to trust me anymore.
Shadow, listen.
But believe this, it was my mission to make you hate, to hate the darkness with a passion so great it would focus your mind on this quest. Without it, I've doomed you to your failures trap. All this time, I've wanted to protect you from the truth that would have destroyed you a long time ago. But you have conquered your darkness at every turn. You deserve to see behind the veil of darkness.
Then take me to
He wants her to trust him
as deep as we can go.
I won't stand.
I do genuinely, on a more serious note,
You will not survive.
I do appreciate the fact that like the darkness, at least this part of it, is like more or less like her trauma response. It's not great, and it's not like a healthy way to deal with everything, but it did get like she brought it into herself as a way to like protect herself from the shit that she was going through. Again, not ideal. I don't know. I really appreciate the fact that it's not necessarily, even with like the different aspects of what Senua is dealing with. It's never like villainized. It doesn't make her a bad person.
Let the darkness trick me again. I know you're safe with the gods. I can feel Hela's gaze.
Don't worry
searching
about
for secrets inside of me. Secrets that even I can't see. I'm not here to fight my past. I'm here for Delian. I will fulfill my vow, whatever the cost.
I don't know. I really like this game. I really like how it presents things, and
She can see it. The bridge. She can't cross the bridge. It's broken.
I don't know. I appreciate it as a whole.
She's done it before.
What's up here?
She's done it before. She can. She'll do it again. How will she do it? There must be a way. You have to try. She'll never make it.
The Northmen say the
Oh,
world.
we missed you in the last area. That's okay.
They call this Ragnarok, the destiny of the gods. First, there will be a terrible winter, 3 years long. Then, mankind will turn on itself.
Yeah,
Brothers
happens to
will
the best
fight
of
each
us.
other to the death.
We're almost done. That's why I was saying. I was like,
Times will be hard.
there wasn't really enough for us to like do a whole stream out of.
It will be an age of axes and
But also
swords.
it's
the wind will blow
long
through
enough that it's gonna take a
abandoned
little bit to
halls.
finish it, which is why I was like, I'm trying to consider if we wanted to finish it tonight, but we're doing it. We are finishing this tonight. This is the last section of the game, and oh boy. Let's go.
She did it.
Work is temporary. Senua is forever. It's also just one of those things where it's like, I worked over the weekend. I had to make up some hours from this last week, but like, I worked 5 hours yesterday. I deserve a little extra time. out of here. Come on.
Go. You want it?
Too many guys, too many guys. Fuck. Shit. Kept doing it too soon. Oh, goodness. Okay, there we go. Not too spoon.
It's nearly over.
Okay, get out of here, guy. Whew.
How will she do it?
Okay, back down we go. And we still can't cross the bridge just yet. You can tell it is starting to get late because my ability to speak is slowly starting to dwindle. But that's fine.
No.
Who needs to talk when you can just go ah, you know?
No one can bargain with Hela.
Okay, let's go over
But it's
here.
all she has to give. She has a warrior soul. What more could she give? A cursed soul. Of course she is, no matter what she does. She can see it. The bridge. She can't cross the bridge. It's broken. She has to fix it. It's too dangerous. She's done it before. You have to fight on. Be powerful. The final battle. Get his soul back. It's the final task.
Yes, it is. This isn't just a broken bridge, is it? Mother, you showed me how to see further. To see the hidden wonders in our world and explore new paths into the unknown. To lead so that others may follow.
It's not
to
just a
warn
broken
so that they
bridge.
may avoid.
It's
That
an
is our
ocean.
gift and
I was trying
our
to think of something
duty.
else to put in place of
I'm
an
not
ocean,
going to
but
look away in
that's
fear anymore.
the default now. It's a spiral. What was it? It's not a loop, it's a spiral. Alan, please.
She can do it.
She can do it.
Okay.
She can
Um,
see the secrets of the gods.
time is a flat spirac.
So special. She has the sight. She can see the secrets.
Excuse me? I know that's supposed to say spiral, but also consider. Spirac is very funny.
There's an illusion. She's found a way. There's a way.
Let's go ahead and open that up.
See it. She must align herself. She can do it.
My typos are my Dillians, and I must rescue them from hell. Carry them with you. They are your burden now. Goodness gracious.
The
Few
Northmen
more.
say the gods will fight their last battle at Ragnarok. Their watchmen will blow the horn that can be heard through the whole world. And Odin will speak with the severed head of Mimir, which gives him good counsel. The land of the giants will thunder with the sound of their army on the move. The gods will assemble. The dwarves will leave their stones. The frost giants will come from the east. The Midgard serpent will turn up the waves. Eagles will
Jorgenmander,
scream,
right?
tear
Is that
at the corpses
World
with their
Serpent's
yellow
name?
beaks. The ship of the dead.
Jormungandr?
Set sail.
Something like that. Big snake. He's pretty cool. Jormungandr? Jormungandr? No, Jormungandr. Just big fuck off snake. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a fight.
Surprise him!
Oh god.
He's down. Finish him. Finish him. Strike him. You won.
This is too many guys. I mean, the other guy's gone already, but you're a big fuck off, Mangander. Senua, I had hit the button to do a heavy attack and then you just stood there. And that was pretty horrible. Hated that for us.
Behind you.
Okay. Nope, too soon. Too late. Just right. Yeah, she really didn't. She said, nah. How about no? Come on. Oh my god. There we go.
Finished.
Get him out of here.
End it.
Are we done?
End it.
We're done.
Now. This is nearly the end.
I mean, I get it. I do understand. She's been through a lot. She's tired. There's been... It's been a hell of a trip. Oh god, the black is like all the way up her arm now. But also, I need her to hang in there for just a bit longer. We've got Dillion's head. We're on our way to Hela. It's time. She's got the stink brain real bad. Not just yet. She's got the threat of stink brain getting there. If the stink got to her brain, she'd be dead. That's what they said. That's what the game told us. All the way at the beginning. It said, listen, if your stinky arm reaches your head, sucks. Okay, we can cross the bridge now. Wonderful. And then we'll be done. Oh my god, I've almost streamed for 6 hours today. That was not the plan. But here we are. Yeah, she's definitely got the stink arm. Oops. Go. Come on. Get out of here, guy. Sorry, we're combating. It's we gotta focus. Fuck off, fuck off. Okay, okay. It's not happening. We're never doing a 24-hour stream. I don't hate myself that much. Oh god. Okay. It's not happening. It'll never happen. Y'all can wish for it all you want. It'll never happen. Oh my god, this guy. This is too many dudes. I know we're like at the point where we're just before like the end, but consider this is too many. Okay. I hate to see a girl boss win. It's true.
She's getting closer to Hela.
Yeah, 24-hour streams are a terrible idea. Nobody should ever do one.
Wait.
Please don't do this to yourself. Here we go.
What happens to us? We die too. Do we die too?
I don't want to
die. I don't want to.
We'll all die someday.
I don't want to die.
And when everyone's gone, even the gods will die.
We don't want to die.
I don't want to die.
Senua, stop. Turn back.
Stop. Stop her.
Stop her. Why won't she stop to die? She won't stop. Stop. I don't want to die.
I'm sorry. I didn't ask you to be a part of me. If you don't want to die with me, then leave me alone.
I don't want to die. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop.
You'll never come back if you go there.
There is nothing to go back to.
We only have each other now. Don't abandon me.
Everyone suffers. They were right about me.
Listen to me. Not them.
They were afraid. Like children scared of the dark.
So was I.
They made up monsters to fill the void. That doesn't make them real.
They made them real.
No.
Follow your soul and let go of the Senua of old. For there lies your weakness.
I saw some
Darkness will find
gummies. There were like 0.2 of a second worth of gummies there.
Isn't like the old stories, is it? The noble warrior facing evil in search of victory and honor.
Should do a gummy hunt again sometime soon.
Clear dividing lines. No. Oh, this place is not quite like that.
Telling me all of the ones that I missed. Rude.
It knows that
5?
true torment lies within. Memories you cannot read, cannot escape.
Should figure out which game to do a gummy hunt in.
Hell.
Those are fun to do. I mean, Elden Ring has some really good gummies, and I have been considering playing it again.
Wait, Mother. Don't see me like this. Turn away, Senua. Turn away, Senua!
Do you see it, Senua? Do you see the darkness? Faces fear and suffering.
You can see it.
I remember it clearly now.
She has nothing to fear anymore. The gods have saved your mother. Through my hand.
You killed her.
It is the will of the gods.
Fuck the gods! You did this to her!
Yeah, fuck the gods!
This is what happens when you listen to the voices of the underworld. They crawl into your soul and rot you from the inside. Defy the gods like your mother, and the darkness will come for you too. You understand, Senua?
I do understand.
You cursed me with your own madness.
This game should really be called Senua and the Terrible, Awful, No Good, Very Bad
You
Day.
created this darkness!
For real.
You created this darkness so you could hide behind it!
Tibbies.
Suffering and salvation. It is the way of the gods.
It was all a lie. You are a lie! She didn't defy the gods. She defied you. And so you killed her.
You didn't pray to the gods. You prayed to your mother. Your mother, who was too weak to fight the darkness and abandoned you.
You tortured her. You killed her. You are the darkness.
Those rituals, the years of isolation, the pain that still haunts you. It was the only way to fight the curse within you. The darkness is inside you and it will destroy you.
You're a liar!
No, Senua. The darkness is here. You cannot wish it away. And it will watch as you draw your last dying
Harley,
breaths.
please.
I won't let you kill me.
I did that too soon. There we go.
Watch out.
Fuck.
Behind you. Careful, Sam.
I can see through your darkness.
There we
You're
go.
a liar and a murderer. And if you really are Hela, then I have a sword here that can kill a god.
Let's fucking go! Yeah, they're still sending a bunch of guys at us. But you know what? We're great. Powerful.
You're making a mistake searching for Dillion. The same mistake that killed him in the first place.
Oh, jeez.
I'm trying to save you from yourself. You said that it is a lie. The plague of darkness, the butchering of Dillion by the Northmen. You saw it yourself.
You told everyone I was cursed. They believed you. I believed you.
Tell me, Senua, where is Dillion's soul if the darkness is alive? How you saved him?
He's here. I know he's here.
If I was Senua, I would
I
kill
know
him
you're
too.
here. Hold on. I'll find you.
Get your dumb dog out of here. I've killed him once and I'll do it again. I'll kill your stupid birdman too. Oh god. Shit. Get Birdman out of here, please.
Watch out.
They just keep transforming. Come here.
Dillion!
There we go.
Where is he? You're trying to trick me again with your lies.
Silly puppy.
I know he's here. You took him from me. You have him.
Dillion is gone. Dillion is dead. Let him go now.
me do to me that you haven't already?
You betrayed your own
Fight me.
father. You
Come
betrayed
on.
the gods in search of Villian, in search of love. Look where that's got you. Let go of the battle. Let
Oh my
go.
god, there's too many guys.
Let go of Villian. Don't let your darkness hurt anyone else.
Okay. She's so neurotyped goated. No, I love Senua. Like I said, like I really just appreciate the fact that like we've got depiction of somebody who's dealing with what seems to be schizophrenia and just absolutely rocking it. Not the mental illness, but like just dealing with it, and it isn't, and is like our hero. She is a hero. And she struggles, and she goes through literal hell and back. Oh god. But she's persisting and isn't horrible, despite what everyone has told her. Please. Oh god. I love her. Okay.
Behind you.
Yeah, I know there's a man behind me. It's fine. There's always someone behind me. Oh my god. I get too many inputs going, and then she doesn't want to do anything that I ask her to do because I'm already doing 10 million things.
Watch out.
Fuck.
Let go of Dillion. Let go of your battle. You've got to be careful, Senua. Careful. Watch out.
Oh my god. Oh god, Hela is right there. Oh god, I am...
Careful, Senua.
Okay, Guy, you gotta go.
Watch out. Watch out. Behind you. Careful.
Oh my god.
Let go of your battle. Let go of Dillion. You're killing yourself. Watch out.
I think... Again, I don't remember, but I think I'm supposed to let myself lose? But I don't want to. Ah, jeez.
Let go, Senua. Let
Oh, jeez. Yep. Sunk cost fallacy or whatever. She wasn't getting up at that point. I was pushing the button, but she said, nah. Like I said, I am pretty sure that's what you have to do, though, is to stop fighting. Oh, she's waddling over.
If you're alive, and there's no darkness, then you never took him from me, did you? And I can't save Dorian. Is that what you want me to believe? After all you've done to me? And to him? You're not a lie, but you're a liar! You crawled into me to confuse me and deceive me. But I know he's here. I know you have him.
Bad mouth sounds.
I'll give you my life. That's what you want, isn't it? My soul. Take it. I'll be a slave for you. I'll fight with you at Ragnarok.
She'd be such a star player at Ragnarok. Word. We want Senua and the Anderson brothers. Honestly, yes. Just them. Don't need anyone else. Between Senua and Odin and Thor, we've got Ragnarok handled.
Because I've got nothing left. No fear. No hate.
Sometimes a life without loss is one without love.
Sorry, it's so quiet. Okay.
You turn your back on death, and all you can see is the shadow that it casts. The longer you hide from it, the longer the shadow grows until all you can see is darkness.
Right?
When our time comes, we must look death in the eye and embrace it as a friend. Only then can we let go of our fear. And emerge from our darkness.
Never forget what it is like to see the world as a child, Senua. Every autumn leaf is like a work of art. Every rolling cloud a moving picture. Every day a new story. We too emerge from this magic, like a wave from the ocean, only to return to the sea. Do not mourn the waves, the leaves, and the clouds. Even in darkness, the wonder and the beauty of this world never leaves us. It is always there, waiting to be seen again.
Oh no. Oh. It's the rot. The darkness is back. The darkness is back. Wait. What is it? It feels. It's different. It feels. It's okay. Is it okay?
This is where my story once began.
It's different.
And so it has to end here. Because I cannot see further than this. Follow us. We have another story to tell. My friend, go with her. This now will be your story to witness. Goodbye.
I know it's hard to tell how mixed up you feel, hoping what you need is behind
I love this game. I'm gonna turn this down because I'm sure that this is a copywritten song. So that's Senua's Sacrifice. It's a good fucking game. It's a good fucking game. I thought it would still be perfect and wonderful, as it was when I played it when it came out, and it is, and it's great. And I have been waiting 7 fucking years for the sequel to come out, and it will be out in May, and I am so excited. Yeah. Oh god, I beat this in a single sitting. Oh god. I mean, it's not a particularly long game. It is like about 6 hours long, and we've been streaming for about that long. Oh. It is definitely time for sleep. But we'll let this play out because can't skip it. Yeah, it was a special occasion. Didn't plan on, doing anything huge. But we did a 6-hour stream, and that was really exciting. I like doing like more impromptu sort of long streams than the planned ones. The planned ones tend to, I don't know. The planned ones tend to are a little harder to like actually follow through with. I don't know. I think maybe I just get too excited too early and anyway. Yeah, we were celebrating. I don't know. It is exciting. We're at 500 followers. That's a pretty big achievement, I think. But more than anything, I just like sharing games with my friends. And this is a good game, and I haven't played it since it came out, and so like this is fun to revisit, especially with the new one coming out in a couple of months. Obviously we will play the new one once it comes out. I plan on picking it up, if not the day that it comes out, very soon thereafter. Yeah, there's a lot of games coming out, like, in the coming months, though. We've got, I'm pretty sure there's a release date for Alone in the Dark now. Don't know what that is. What the release date is, that is. But I'm pretty sure they had a release date for it. Now, let me just triple check that. Maybe we don't. We had one, and then they changed it, and then I don't know if they actually updated it. Okay, I take that back. But Alone in the Dark might be coming out sometime this year. I mean, it's not one that we're excited about, but the new Silent Hill should be coming out at some point this year. The remake for 2. Ugh. We'll play that one. We're not gonna be happy about it, though. About playing it. It's not one I'll do on stream, but Dragon's Dogma 2 is coming out at the beginning of March, I think. Yeah, we're getting blooped. Oh boy, we're about to get bloopered. Aren't you excited? Literally every other game that's coming out right now, I've just completely forgotten. It's fine. But yeah, there's lots of games coming out in the coming months, and I'm pretty stoked about most of them. It certainly is a year for games. Just got bloobed. Nobody likes getting bloobed. If they say they do, they're lying. But yeah, thanks for hanging out while we played Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice. I really like this. It's a good game. As somebody who likes to look at video games that do tend to talk about mental health and stuff, this is probably one of the best ones out there as far as not having, a person who's dealing with a mental health crisis, being a horrible, terrible person. Senua is just doing her best. Oh boy, is she struggling, but she's doing her best. I don't know. It's really great. Senua was, oh my god, I'm glad you liked it. This is one of those games that, like, when it came out, like, a lot of people talked about it, and then no one talked about it. Like, it kind of, I don't want to say it, like, slipped under the radar, because it didn't really. But I think because it was digital only, like, it was only released as a digital game, the hype for it just sort of kind of got lost. Just, you know, as a whole, which is terrible, because it's really fun. I mean, there are points where, like, the combat's a little clunky. The combat is very simplistic. But, like, I don't know, it's not, I like it. It's fun. It's straightforward. I'm not here for, like, exclusively here for the combat. I'm here for the story. So, like, I can deal with simplified combat for that. That's fine. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta do a big slash and then just move on. But I remember being, like, really impressed with the game, like, when it first came out, because they, like, talked about the fact that they, like, consulted mental health professionals about, like, what it's like to deal with, like, a psychotic episode and stuff like that, and generally just, like, how best to approach it to make it realistic but not exploitative. And it, like, really shows. I've seen other games since then try to be like, oh, like, this game has depictions of this, and then just absolutely do a shit job of handling it. I'm looking at you at Dead of Night. But this game, I don't know, I really like it. It's late and I can't form thoughts outside of game good. I will always call him out. At Dead of Night, the Remothered series, not great in either handling mental illness or you know, not I mean, they're incredibly transphobic in some of their games. That's not great. I'll call games out. Let's fucking go. No, Hellblade, perfect, wonderful, love it. And very excited for the new one. So that's about all I got for today. It is late and I need to go to bed. So we probably won't do a raid right now because it is 10:21 in the evening. And also no one's on. So we'll just end it here for today. Again, thanks friends for hanging out. I really appreciate y'all. And I'm glad that I got to share a game that I really like with you. Yeah, I don't know. Plan is to stream more tomorrow. We'll do some Cult of the Lamb, assuming I'm up for it. We'll see. But otherwise, we will see y'all next time. Yeah, have a great, wonderful, great, perfect rest of your evening. And I hope your day tomorrow is great. Thanks again for the congrats on the 500. It's exciting. Cool, it's just neat. I just think it's neat. But yeah, good night, friends. We'll see y'all later. Bye.